Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Supergirl Gamer Pro Hearthstone Battlegrounds tournament. We are getting ready to kick off day number 1, and that will be all 3 days, actually, 3 days of Battlegrounds here for myself, Dawn, and Rain. How are you doing today? Rain, you ready for some Battlegrounds action?
Hi Dawn, how are you doing? How is the people in chat doing? We're right about to kick off this tournament just days after the Season 6 kicked off for Battlegrounds. We have a ton of new content for the game, and a meta is still shifting, it's still like evolving, so it would be it would be a learning experience, to be honest, right? We're still like discovering what's the broken thing and what's gonna be like the OP strategies. Well, we also gonna be discovering new talents in this series dedicated to women in gaming. So I'm happy and honored to be here once again. I'm super happy to be here with you once again, Dawn. So I hope that this 3-day event that will, as you mentioned, will be concentrated today, tomorrow, and on Championship Sundays. We're gonna have a lot of action, so stay tuned, leave your follow, and also start rooting for your favorite players. If you have any content creator that you think might be playing, sign up for the second qualifiers that are still open, I think, and give it a shot if you want. What do we have for this weekend? What's the idea? What's the concept? What's the format, Don?
Yeah, that is right. And you talked about the different players that we're going to have, and oh boy, do we have a lot of players. This is exciting. This actually might be one of our biggest yet for at least Hearthstone side of things for Supergirl. We have 2 days of qualifiers, as you mentioned, today and tomorrow, leading into that championship Sunday. And each today and tomorrow are 32 full players. There are still signups. There's a wait list, so there's some more women and minorities and non-binary players that have signed up than even could potentially play, which is exciting. I hope we keep seeing that. I hope it keeps expanding. That does mean that 32 players is going to be 4 full lobbies of 8 players, and those players are going to duke it out in those lobbies across 3 games for round number 1. And we do have then 4 players advance from each of those into a round number 2. And again, in round number 2, there's going to be 3 games where they will duke it out there. And then 8 players from today and 8 players from tomorrow will qualify for that championship Sunday. But Rain, can you talk about that point breakdown and how exactly they will go from round 1 to round 2 and qualify in the long run?
So the structure is similar to what you might know from Lobby Legends, for example, which as you mentioned, 4 players from each lobby advance to the next round. On the point side, it's a bit different because in the Supergirl Gaming Pro, the first player gets 10 points. It gets a differential. It's not just 1 point over the second place because winning a lobby, it has that extra. And the same happens on the cut from the top 4 to the bottom 4. The 4th place gives you 6 points and the 5th place gives you only 4 points. There's a gap there between winners and losers, right? We need to award the ones who perform, and this lobbies and this tournament structure creates some speculation, right? Because you don't need to win everything to advance. You just need to do well enough, and if you start pretty decent with a top 4 and then another top 4, then you can even play it safe. But on the other side, if your first rounds are a bit weak, then you might want to risk it. You might need to risk it, and there's where we get the most astonishing plays and strategies and crazy looking for the high roll thing. And that's one thing that I like about this tournaments in 3 games in which you accumulate points and you're seeing, okay, this is the player I need to beat. So against them are gonna go super hard. These players I don't mind because they're not competing with me point wise. So it's a double challenge there, and that's something that I love about Battlegrounds tournaments.
Yeah, and there also is a little bit of a point structure for ties. So if players get knocked out at the same time, it will total up those points. 5th and 6th will be 7 total points split between those 2 players. So they would both get equal points there. There is some chance as well for some very close matches. I believe we saw that last time too, where some players ended up qualifying for the next round or into the next day based on only 1 or 2 point differentials. So yeah, it's going to be a very exciting time. So let's take a look at our next screen and walk through what else we're going to be looking at this weekend here, which is...
We have the prize pool, that
right.
1
the
point difference
right.
that you mentioned. That's the 1 point difference between making it to the top 8 or not making it to the top 8, and that's where the 2,500 prize pool starts, right? The 2,500 prize pool goes to the top 8, to the finalists of this event, and it will be $1,000 for the winner, $500 for the second place, $350 for the third place. 4th place will get $250, and 5th through 8 will get $100. So making it to a final, advancing just 3 rounds, because it's just getting top 4 in the first qualifier, second round qualifier getting another top 4, and then in the semifinals on Sunday, getting a qualifier will put you in the position to fight for this $2,500 prize pool. So the stakes are high.
Yeah, and again, there will be 16 total players qualifying for that championship Sunday. Only 8 of those will get the prizing, but again, there are tons of players, tons of action, and we are going to be throughout today and tomorrow. We're going to be spectating one of the lobbies through their 3 games for each of the 2 rounds, and then in that championship Sunday we'll be able to spectate all of the games. But with 32 full players, 4 lobbies, 3 games each, there's just a bit too much to watch in these qualifiers. So in between those rounds, we'll try to update you on some of those players. If you have, some of your favorite potential streamers or just players that you might know or have seen around in lobbies that you are rooting for. So we'll try to keep you updated on some of those scores throughout. But before we jump into any of the games, into any of that action, we do have to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop nissanusa.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are about to jump into our first round, game number 1. And I am getting very excited. As you mentioned, Rain, we had a new season of Battlegrounds just start a few days ago, bringing in spells, bringing in new minions, several new heroes. And I am definitely excited to see this action and see what kind of mayhem happens, as you mentioned. Is there anything you're expecting to see as we get into this first game here?
Well, I'm expecting to see some cool action. I already started recognizing some names on the player list on the left, and I'm happy to see some LATAM action there. Some LATAM representatives. I want to see them. I want to see who are you rooting there in chat to start seeing who's the favorites. Right now, we're gonna see Bird Girl as first. And one thing I want to see in this first lobby is to see how players adapt their play style on their curves to what spells are they being offered. Because before spells, like everything costed if you were not Millhouse, everything costed 3 gold to buy. Right now, it's not the case. So you can imagine what's the difference here. You can adapt your curve. You see like a turn 1 spell, buying a spell from Burgle instead of doing a minion buy. That's kind of like the difference that we're gonna start seeing. And just think we're gonna let me check with the production if we can move the mouse off the center of the screen so we can see the rest of the of the minions. And how are you seeing a 4-5 turn 1? That's
I
really
know.
tempo
It's-
heavy, right?
It is. It is. It starts to lose attack as time goes on. Every turn that does lose an attack. But I do want to note here that Bird Girl, as one of the 3 new heroes, uh, this hero power is every third spell is 0. So the first spell that was bought was that lasso costing 2. And then actually, because of this shell collector giving her this coin, she was able to use the coin and buy that coin spell. So now the next spell that she wants to go for is going to be free. So she might want to wait and see if there's some potentially 3-cost spell that she can end up getting for free. And that is one of the benefits of this new hero, is taking advantage of, those different costing spells, because as you mentioned, yeah, we're kind of used to a lot of these things being all 3 gold, but these spells all have varying costs, and especially as you start leveling up in the tier levels, those spells are going to get more and more costly usually. So being able to take advantage of getting a higher value spell for free is very, very good. And also
Exactly.
just went against one of the other new heroes, Snake Eyes. All 3 new heroes as well are in this lobby here. They are all offered. Doesn't necessarily mean people are going to take them, but yeah.
And then there you see the rundown of the show, who's playing who. We've seen some names, we've seen some, as he's mentioned, some new heroes there. And one thing that I love, right now Battlegrounds has like a collection of portraits. It's like it's become like each hero has like 5 or 6 different skins that you can play with, and you can keep updating. Even the bartender, you see, like we're having Chef Nomi right now. Battlegrounds cosmetics have been like ramping up, and they do with each season. So like even boards and strikes, and we're seeing much more evolution on that side, not only on the gameplay. I think that's also a success, like a symptom of the success of the game as a whole, as it is like the full house that we're having in these qualifiers. The first turns, they're kind of like a bit slow. Some players are already becoming or taking tempo heavy lineups. They're not being too greedy, but okay, here from Buttergirl, we'll get some investment there. Let's see where she wants to put the money on. Maybe leveling up and buying something.
Yeah, it's also very interesting, I think, with the combination of things like the shell collector that can get a coin, if elementals are in the lobby, potentially getting some of those early elemental minions, or a lot of the new spells have in economy type factor, like the coin itself, right? Buying that coin spell. So yeah, very interesting to see kind of the route that these players are taking on. Are they going for economy? Are they just going for tempo? Are they going for, trying to build up 1 or 2 like bigger bodies, kind of like we see here? Few weaker bodies, a few maybe stronger bodies for this kind of early heading into mid-game part. But Elise, that previous fight, had 4 minions already, which does seem pretty tempo heavy. And look at this on the other side now for Miss Bowers, a full board, but all pretty weak bodies here. So this actually might be fairly close in terms of the fight itself, just because of the higher stats that Bird Girl was able to put together.
It was not. It was like a guaranteed win, I think, from Miss Bauer's side, but it was not a lot of damage taken, because like minions were small, as you said, were body trading there. One thing talking about minions that we didn't talk about yet was like the tribes, the minion types that are in this lobby right now. We have demons, we have elementals, mechs, murlocs, and nagas. We're not gonna see beasts, dragons, pirates, quillboards, or undead. Undeads being one of the like slightly broken strategies, with one particular tier 6 minion around there. But this time, it's gonna be around maybe nagas or elementals. Nagas were not like thriving in like the anomaly meta, because they were kind of slow for the anomaly meta. Right now that the meta has slowed down a bit, it might give them the time to build the proper setup and succeed. But that's something we'll start seeing a bit further down the line. Do you want to like take advantage of that hero power and buy like almost every cheap spell you can get? Because in a way, is if you buy it is the Kael'thas thing, right? You play 2 cheap minions to cheat out an expensive one. You buy 2 cheap spells that you've seen on the shop, and then you cheat out an expensive one. I think that's the way to play this hero.
Yeah, I think especially with that going up to the next tier as well. Pretty good setup there because, again, potentially those next spells are going to cost even more. So trying to really take advantage of that. You know, and talking about these Nagas, there are Nagas here with decent-sized bodies on both sides. This does end up being a tie, which probably pretty good for both those players at this point. But, okay, well, getting to have a 2-cost spell potentially, if Bird Girl wants to take it here. It looks like she does. That Chef's Choice, going to discover another Naga. Not a bad one either. Divine Shields are pretty relevant, I think, especially in a Murloc lobby as the lobby gets a little bit more into that long game. Those Murlocs having that Venomous can be pretty problematic, and sometimes those Divine Shields can do a lot of work, but it's still pretty early. But I do want to kind of see if we can switch to a different perspective too and see what else is going on in this lobby.
Yeah, I kind of like also the double synergy for the Gladiator, right? Because this hero is not only playing spells via the Naga, but only wanting to buy a lot of spells from the shop. So it's kind of like a double way to ramp that up. Let's see if we are able to see another character, another participant, another Gladiator. Right now, we're seeing Send Me Your Arms.
Discovering a tier
figure.
5.
Ooh.
And look at these mechs too. This lighter. I know I've already seen some conversations going on about that lighter. That 5/1 Death Rattle. It's one of the new minions that just came into Battlegrounds this week. And it seems like it's already causing a little bit of mayhem for people.
Well, how can I put this? It can cause, by itself, it can cause some damage. When you put the new parrot on top of that, and you start like, activating death rattles with Kaidos and all the stuff, and you turn your innocent lighter into a flamethrower. Okay, that's when we're starting to have a problem, right?
It's Battlegrounds. You can't just have a little flame, right? It's Battlegrounds. You gotta take the whole flamethrower, right? Like, Battlegrounds, we're used to these like big minions taking out big minions. I can see the correlation there where you definitely want it to be a flamethrower. Makes sense. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Hawk, is it the Strider?
Yeah.
That you're talking about.
For me, they're kind of like, I'm a Battlegrounds 1.0 player, right? For me, it's new Baron, new Parrot, new Nami. I'm still on the Switch. You see, like here we're seeing new Nami, and in a way, it doesn't work the same.
Yeah.
But we have the Living Asteroid trying to bump the stats of the Elementals. And talking about Elementals, there's a triple there, and we still don't have a clear direction here. Where do you think this composition could land? Because it has a bunch of mechs. It has like some Elementals here and there. Like where's that like next triple? It's gonna be a tier 5. It's gonna be a tier 6.
Well, yeah. For Send Me Your Arms here, I mean, as Shenvala, right? You kind of really want to be going for those Elementals, getting that discount. Be able to start leveling, but there has seemed to be the shift towards the mechs, which also, depending on how many other people in the lobby are going for Elementals potentially to stop you as Shenvala, the mech pivot is pretty good, as well as some of the powerhouse that we just talked about with like lighter. But the triple could be, again, to find something like more of those mechs. Another drone could be okay. Finding that like Strider as you mentioned, to trigger the death rattles at the start of combat would definitely be a huge impact right now with that lighter as well. So I could definitely see kind of making this full transition into mechs if she can, especially already being at tier 4. But it's going to keep depending on what else gets offered and what she finds here. I want to see what she finds here from this triple. This is going to be huge. I do wonder with only 5 costing tier, does she? Okay, it looks like she's not going to. There could be the question of, did she want to level up first, like you were talking about? But I think maybe she did want to go for the 5. Maybe Kangor's here.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's something that somehow synergizes with your composition, I guess. But at the same time, it feels like a miss. On the other hand, like, you're playing Chimbala, so you're playing probably the best hero right now in the game, with that discounts on the leveling up and like finding the key pieces. So you might be able to get away with whiffing one discover at this time. If you see, like, Send Me Your Arms is like up there on the top 3 right now.
And this is another interesting thing that I think about this kind of meta that's starting to form, and just the way that the spells and kind of the interaction between buying spells, buying minions, and leveling all now works together, which is that, like, do you just keep going for something like these elementals? And if there is a whiff on the discover, like we kind of just saw, maybe there's still some beneficial things here with this Kangor, but if it feels like a whiff, that might actually be pretty detrimental. I feel like it's a little bit more punishing if you don't find the things that you're looking for at this point, where that can really hurt. But then you might have to lean more on those spells or something else, because this
gotta love the barricade, right?
Yeah.
How much damage did that soak? It almost soloed the whole bandwagon from Send Me Your Arms.
And taking 8 doesn't seem like a lot, but again, look at some of the lower end of this lobby now. There was, for those first several turns, everyone in the lobby was kind of staying at the same health amounts, and very quickly, even with the changes to the damage cap, where kind of everyone up until top 4 is at that 15 damage cap, people start losing health very, very quickly. And if 1 or 2 of the people in the lobby are able to find those good triple discovers or a couple of good spells, it really starts to snowball the lobby for them.
And I like the point you raised there about the damage cap, because right now, especially on a lobby that it's all about like accumulating a good top 4 maybe, or squeezing 1 extra position, like being mindful of like what are the breakpoints, like how much damage can you take before going down that damage cap, so you can guarantee at least one more fight. Those are the ways that you need to play in this kind of tournaments. You need to be mindful of what's the best I can do, and then trying to see what's the best path to there, like the less risky path. Sometimes you'll need to risk it, and sometimes you can just, okay, I'm not gonna go for first position as I whiffed my discovery. This is not going the way I wanted. Okay, let's try to stabilize. Let's try to build some tempo, some stats, in order not to receive any damage, so we can survive and get a top 4. We can survive and get squeeze in a better position thanks to that. And you were talking about Morlocks before we started spectating Send Me Your Arms. What's going on here? Some composition that it's venomous, but not that high on stats.
Yeah, that feels kind of like a classic Murlocs, right? Like they don't typically have a lot unless you can really start scaling them with some of those things we saw. And there's a perfect example of that damage cap that we were just talking about too. If that damage cap had not been there, that would have been the absolute end there for Reno. But Reno now has a chance to potentially secure an additional couple of points in this lobby. And this being the first game of the 3, we are based on this tournament on the points and the point total out of 3 games. So you talked about this when we were first starting up, that maybe if there's a first rough game, you might have to go for some better stuff in the next couple of games. But that damage cap makes such a difference, and I think we're definitely going to see that in terms of the points and our standings in this tournament this weekend.
Yes, and for example, we see that Virgil is already eliminated. Iluing ended up with 8 life points. Then we have Haita with 8, but then we have Yoda with 17. This means she's 2 hits away, like a max hit away, and will still be alive. So that it's what will guarantee her a better position by the end of the game. So that's one thing that I always want to focus when playing this kind of games, because it's how you squeeze that differential point that might take you to the next round. Right now we're seeing that the composition it has shifted towards mechs, and it's doing pretty well, I would say. Especially after that last fight where, send me your arms and they would a full board?
Yeah, there's definitely quite a bit going on this board for these mechs, and the slider has just absolutely been pretty good. That Kangors actually has been a pretty good pickup so far. I feel like it's kind of stabilized her in a couple of these fights at least. But talking about Kangor, look at the other side there. Miss Bowers, a big shift from what we saw on her board earlier, with double Kangor now, multiple mechs on the board, as well as that very important taunt that you were mentioning that kind of can help carry games. But these Kangors not necessarily getting the best value at the moment because of board space.
It's still whipping there. It was snipe a bit before. You can have the enough space to proc and give the proper resummons. But at this time, I think it's safe to say that Send Me Your Arms might be the favorite to win the lobby after this couple of fights. The mechs are delivering the damage, like 14 here, 15 there, while we see another one losing, Iluing going to the 7th place. And right now we could have the 3rd person eliminated from this first lobby.
Yeah, we could here potentially. I am also very kind of interested to see that so far 2 of the 3 new heroes are not looking so hot. It could be because of the comps that they've been able to put together, or maybe not put together. But 2 of those 3 new heroes, really not doing a whole lot. Dr. Holiday is kind of hit or miss
Taking
sometimes.
a break.
Yeah. I mean, the hero power of getting a random tavern spell can certainly be really good. It does give you that value, paying 1 gold and you just get something, which can be very good. But sometimes it's not really what you're hoping for. And maybe potentially going for a reroll instead of a random tavern spell could be the difference between finding what they're looking for or not. But Snake Eyes up there in the top 3 looking pretty good. And Anala picked up here as well for Send Me Your Arms. That has been a pretty powerful tier 6 minion so far from what I've been seeing.
Yep, right now it doesn't fit with her. Well, it has like an elemental demon, a mech, an elemental. It can I can see putting some stats on the board. Right now, despite what we were thinking about Haita, I think that her health is more about her investing that health into putting some stats on the board than to losing to fights, what I see, because these numbers are massive. I think there will be enough even through Kangor, but 40 health points over the limit right now, so she was safe. But at the same time, look at this. those 5 armor points that Send Me Your Arms got through the spell leaves her on the on top of the damage cap once again. So let's see how it goes, and let's see. Okay, let's see when she decides to level, and she's leveling right now and putting some pants, maybe, on her favorite minion.
These
What's
do
this?
not seem like the
Yeah.
like. Again, you were just talking about maybe doesn't really fit here.
Morlock. It's not what we're looking for. What's the missing piece here? Maybe a Titus for the Death Rattles. We don't for the lighter. We don't have Beast, so we cannot we cannot
The
proc
string,
it
yeah.
as a start of turn effect or start of combat effect. Maybe that's the idea. Also, can we forgive Send Me Your Arms for not freezing the Jaws of Fate? Will Jogsaron take this into account when deciding the RNG of the game? I don't know. I'm always afraid of losing any chance to praise Jog.
I know, and it's so funny too. As we're spectating Send Me Your Arms, anyone who knows Send Me Your Arms or Smarms, she loves her chaos, and that Wheel of Yogg-Saron is right up her alley. But it looks like she came to play today. She is not messing around. She is not going for that chaos. She is just going for the good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and that's gonna roll. It's one of the spells that I kind of like because it costs. It's super. It has a random effect, but it's costly, and the effects or the results can vary, but they're mostly beneficial. It's more about like how beneficial it is or not, rather than you super high roll or you low roll. Whoa! Talking about the high rolls and low rolls, we have a Divine Shield, Venomous, Wind Fury, Morlock out there. What's going on?
Yeah, those Nagas, there they go, out in full force here. That is a lot of stats. These mechs here for Send Me Your Arms are just not keeping up.
And we've talked about the time that these Naga compositions need to put the combo or the setup together to rise above everything. And well, 2 players eliminated. We see Yoda going for the 5th place and Anto going for the 5th place. I think they were both eliminated on the last turn, so they will share an average of the points, getting 5 points each. But we're on the final top 3 right now, and I think after the last battles we saw, we might want to be preparing that switch pretty soon, right? Because Send Me Your Arms lost to both of the players that are still on the game.
Yeah. And those Nagas for Elise, though, so good right now. Those are definitely that's the comp to beat at the moment. And I'm not quite sure if there was any kind of pivoting from Haida there, but I don't know. We'll see.
In Send Me Your Arms, actually, even though she might have the weakest comp of the 3, she will be the one, or probably be the one that will get the 2nd place if what we saw from Anuda would just repeat, because she's fighting the ghost, and it's all about surviving one more round.
Yeah, and depending on I feel like this. The spells and some of the synergies with some of the minions has made it very interesting right now, because I think in the past, every time you've seen someone go against a ghost, it's like, oh, they're against a ghost. It's kind of an automatic that they're going to win. But especially once you kind of get to the point that we're at in this game, it doesn't really feel like that. There is still a chance that Send Me Your Arms might die to that ghost there. But here we are seeing this fight between Haida and Anuta. Those Nagas coming up against the demons with a little bit of Murlocs. There's a little bit of Venomous, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to compete with these big stats on these Nagas.
It has Reborn over there. Okay. No, it's not enough. I was thinking about like what were the best possible hits over there, but this is pretty clear. Anuta gets eliminated in the 3rd place, and Send Me Your Arms will be probably taking the final fight to see who wins this lobby. If it's Send Me Your Arms or Anuta, who has been steamrolling the lobby. Like, she's on like what, 24 health. Like, got some extra armor, but never went down the damage cap. That's impressive.
The Omega Buster here could be pretty good. But it looks like Send Me Your Arms going to just opt for the Mecha Jiraxis, probably for a little bit of, more just kind of economy, right? Selling both of the pieces there. I love this pickup of the spell for the Divine Shield.
One of the most powerful spells, right?
Oh yeah.
It's the Divine Shields. I remember, like, from once again, don't just. I don't want to blow my cover and you to realize how old I am, but I remember when Battlegrounds was just everything about Divine Shields, like the first iteration, and here's that could make like the dragon that could make 1 damage to the whole board was super OP because it got rid of every Divine Shield out there. And right now it's kind of like a more scarce effect, or it's more counterable. There are many countermeasures with minions hitting before the shield and then hitting the stats, and that's also like stats have been like growing so much that Divine Shield it's just having like 132 minions in the composition, so that's pretty decent. That said, I don't think that the numbers are getting there for Send Me Your Arms.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to comment on that Mecha Jiraxis actually finding the Wind Fury that she was able to magnetize there and then put a Divine Shield on it, but I still don't think that's going to be enough, just because all of the minions on the side for Anuta just have so many stats where, the one big statted minion for Send Me Your Arms just kind of can't compete with that. Yeah.
We're missing some Leroy's and Send Me Your Arms composition, I think.
Yeah,
Sad to say.
And, that's another very interesting thing that we haven't brought up yet is the fact that not only are there like new mechanics with the spells and new minions and of course the new heroes, but there also had to be minions that left Battlegrounds in order to kind of make room for some of these new ones. So yeah, Leroy, definitely a big minion that could have been pretty helpful there. And I think that's kind of why we saw Send Me Your Arms opt for, 1 or 2 like just venomous Murlocs there at the end, kind of trying to fill that void that she needed to clear off those very large bodies.
Scam comps are still moaning like Leroy, the Manted Queen, maybe. It's kind of like those were some pieces that will for always be remembered. Also, some like talking about Divine Shields, the Selfless Hero leaving the tavern, going on holidays for a while. It's a loss because some compositions really benefited from that effect of like 2 Divine Shields or even 4 with some extra activations. So I like the fact that while I'll miss those minions, I like the fact that this is kind of like our like set rotation for standard, right? We're like some like 30 something minions are leaving, some 30 are coming back. It's a big refresh on top of like new mechanics and new ways to play the game. So it creates new puzzles, and that's what Battlegrounds is all about.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we'll have more of the action in just a moment as we get our players ready for their second game of this first round. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are jumping in here in just a second into game number 2 of the first round. And again, we will be spectating the same lobby. We'll try to get some other players in our spectating kind of rotation here. But is there any other players that people might be interested in, Rain, in those other lobbies? I know Anto, there are some pretty big names in some of those other lobbies as well. And again, we'll have another day of qualifiers tomorrow. And I know there's some big players that have signed up for tomorrow as well. But anybody that you want to bring up or mention?
Well, I'm looking at lobby number 2 where Lou Not Found is playing the actual reigning and the queen of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Battleground tournament, the Spanish player who is just amazing. Like last edition, she just steamrolled at everyone. I'm looking forward to see her in probably the second round or expectedly on Championship Sunday. Then there's I'm recognizing some of my LATAM friends over there with Teca, with Rusinha, with Monse in lobby number 3, and then there's a pretty good representation from Brazil with Serial for Me, Anda Fern. I saw Nayara on chat. Not sure she's playing, but she's quite a good representative. She's a caster. She's been cast. She has been part of the constructed side of the Supergirl Gamer Pro series, both on the player side and the casting desk. So I'm always glad to see her around. And right now we're starting the lobby number 2 with the winner of the first game, Anuta.
Yeah, on Bran. And I really like that choice last turn to just go ahead and play out the pirate, go for that. But what does she want to do this turn? We might be having a little bit of spectator issue as well here that we're going to try to get fixed for you. But it's another interesting thing that we kind of talked about, before with this economy, and we're seeing it right here with these little elementals and going for multiple bodies, but also just being able to go for potential like cheap spells in between instead of rerolls. Things like that can really help fill in curves, fill in tempo for some of these players, and it kind of makes some of the heroes, I think, feel a little bit better as well, right? Some of the heroes that maybe struggle on some of those turns, or you can really kind of change up how you play in terms of certain hero powers might work really well with buying a spell and buying a second minion, instead of leveling immediately on turn 2. So there's kind of a little bit of different interactions the players can take because of these spells as well.
Yep, while Bran might not be the best hero overall, it's kind of like a niche choice that those who know how to play it, how to squeeze the most value out of it, and in the corresponding lobbies, they can make it perform. Also, Anuda doesn't need to bank many points because she already has a first place on her bag. And one thing that we can thank the spectator bug is that we were able to see the current minion types in the lobby. Though we all having beasts that we didn't have in the first lobby, demons, elementals, murlocs once again, and pirates as a new presentation in this game number 2. And talking about demons, we're seeing Miss Bowers with a demon composition with some decent follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting here as well. Looking at the heroes, we're talking about, the hero Bran. We're looking at Maiev. Some of these heroes are heroes that have been in the game for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, in this next fight coming up, Ms. Bowers is about to face off into the only new hero that is actually represented in this game. So the first game, we saw all 3 of the new ones. This one, only 1. But here you see the little rundown of who is playing who. Ms. Bowers on that Maiev. We see that new hero, Talathan, there. Going to be interested to see how some different players choose to do that. Send me your arms as Mutinous. Stats.
Yep.
Ooh.
Then Haida as Curtis, and a hero that was chosen on the previous lobby. And to finish, Batgirl as Silas. Like a hero that was featured on the prize era. Anto closing the rundown with the Galaweeks there to make some gold, make some money, make some trades.
Let
me see. I think that demons might be one of the strongest compositions right now. But it's all about how you make the transition, right? Because those Veilweavers, those Wrathweavers will not get you to the finish line, right? Those are kind of like more early game tempo options. Then you need to triple that. Then you need to buff it like, okay, 100 stats, but you need some more pieces. But, well, I think Miss Bowers is getting every piece. It's not missing a demon on the shop.
Yeah, and picking up that Rewinder too. Rewinder is a very important piece, especially for the early demons, just to kind of make sure that you're actually not taking a ton of damage. You're starting to build up that health on the board. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how some of these comps have been changing a bit in this spell meta. But here is another use of the spells. I love it. Love the confidence. That overconfidence spell is one of my new favorites. And I would definitely say that this board is looking like a definite good contender for a strong board right now. So I don't think it's overconfidence. I think it's very confident to just say that she's probably going to win this next fight.
She's not overconfident. She's feeling empowered. It's a bit different. And talking about this kind of board and the stats and the capacity it has to like keep growing with little effort, that makes me think that that's the bridge that you need to cross to get to the other side, to get to that tier 5 or tier 6 maybe, and make your powerful plays. On the other hand, we see Brand right now with Brownsbeard already on the board. And I'm starting to think, okay, we were talking about demons and stats, and demons is just kind of like raw stats, which is like Morlock's favorite meal, right? Like those venomous compositions and the capacity of eating like big minions with just one. I think that could be that could be something we'll see by the end of the game. While right now we see a discover and we see a whiff on the demon side.
That was that a double tier before playing the golden though? I just want to bring that up. I think she leveled to tier 3 and was able to level to tier 4 before playing that golden minion.
Oh yeah. She was like it was a double tier because she was
amazing.
Tavern 2 on and on the previous turn. So I think this economy is working for Miss Bowers. It feels like it has a decent composition. Any minion, any demon she buys will make her stats go brr. And that Matador, what do you think about the sense she passed on the Matador, the Sandstone Drake that will gain last one attack for each character you play. Is this a dragon for this composition, or is it just a card that, okay, I need to choose anything, let's go for this?
Yeah, I think it can be just a solid choice right now. It probably was just one that was like a decent option for the time being, and see if she maybe can make any sort of pivots if she's not going to find demons here. Especially with some of these spells and being able to actually be getting a minion like every turn because of that Maya Hero power.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a decent option. I don't know how much she'll get out of it, but
yeah, at least it's something, right? It's something. But right now, I think we have some pretty good options like the Legion of Brazier to boost a bit more the stats on the tavern and seek for those better demons. I think this is a transition turn for Miss Bowers, and the next turn we'll see her leveling up to 5 and try to seek those key pieces of the demon composition, getting, you know, maybe the Prince of Dance wants to buff a bit more those Wrath Weavers, getting, you know, like all the pieces for the demons. Maybe, you know, the Floating Watcher making a comeback from like the OG days in which it was just super broken. Right now it's bringing good stats. Now at least we have some Venomous and some Divine Shields to knock it down if we need it.
yeah. Look at that. I love that choice. This to me of buffing that Rewinder kind of does say that she's going to be on demons now for a little while, which I think makes sense as to some of the minions that she's been able to find and now start to snowball this a little bit more, getting additional stats, as you mentioned, like with that Watcher. I am a fan of the Watcher. I wish that it still were like super, super strong. I think it's still fine though. It definitely can do some work. I think in combination with some of the spells as well, things like them apples that we saw getting played kind of early in the game. You know, there's a lot of ways to kind of stack stats on minions before even buying them out of the tavern as well. So it's kind of an interesting card in combination with some of these spells.
And I see the numbers and I see the stats, and I see that's gonna be it's gonna be a pleasant time for Miss Bowers, right? She has the board control. She has the capacity of like leveling up without even losing stats, because that Prince of Dance, that Manchesar, allows her to just pump her stats for free twice a turn, right? It costs health, which actually costs nothing thanks to the Rewinder, and that buffs everything. I think it's a decent way. Okay, second Rewinder there.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yep. And I was curious about why she didn't decide to level up this time. Maybe like she was scouting what her opponent, how strong her opponent was, and didn't want to give up anything. Remember, like on the left side of the screen where we see the player standings, the current player standings, those will include the right now they're just the the table for the positions that they took on the first game, but those will be auto updated once players are being knocked out. So that's a way for you to see, like, okay, who's left, who can get some more points. Right now we see on the bottom of the health points, we see Haita, which is with only 3 points after that last fight. Iloing, who is just right up there with 7, Anto with 7, and then Batgirl, who needs to do a pretty good lobby, but she's already over the damage cap at 20 on those bottom four players for this lobby. And let's see, okay, elemental composition, another composition that runs on stats, and it's, to be honest, it's making a good impression, at least.
Yep. And another example of that damage cap coming in there, but we do see the first player knocked out for this second game. A little bit rough there. There's a few heroes. Yeah. And, you know, especially after getting third place the first game, you know, getting 8th has to feel a little rough, but at least she's got a decent start on that points from the first game. Talking about elementals, though, I would like to see if we can switch over to Anuta, because Anuta has an elemental board with a Bran that she has kind of been going to town with. And if there's a couple of different players going for elementals, I don't know. This one might start to either just sell off the elementals, or if she can continue finding those with this brand, this might be the elemental board that other elementals start to compete with.
Yep, that is true. That's something that you need to there's two things that you need to take into account whenever you can choose which composition you wanna be going for. One of them is like the available tribes, right? Because if Murlocs are in the lobby, elementals are not that strong because of the venomous effects. Same happens for demons sometimes. But at the same time, one thing you need to pay attention is, like, who are you competing with? Because there's a limited amount of minions in the tavern. So if you're competing with 3 other players, that means that it will be hard for you to get the key pieces you want. Okay, if you are the lucky one that gets the first piece, like, well, I think Anuda is prone to do, or you are able to eliminate the other ones.
There it is.
See, things start shining for you.
I mean, that was a pretty big turn for Anuda, though. That brand got a lot of value during that tavern shop phase. But this elemental, this one large elemental on the other side, though, is gonna kind of stand in the way there. And that is fantastic, because that means that we're not going to see anybody knocked out quite yet. I like that. Personally, I like to see it go a little bit longer. You see more and more fights, but Leloin there not completely knocking out Anuda.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like a characteristic of this this metagame. It's like lobbies are lasting a bit longer because there's less of a super mega high roll that knocks everyone out, and like the changes to the damage cap have also contributed to that. But you know, the metagame, it feels like it's going the right direction. And wait, this mixed composition in which like brand buffs like everything.
Yeah,
I'm kind of liking it.
It's very interesting. I'm just kind of curious how long it's actually going to keep Anuda in the game, because as we saw that last fight, it looked like she had a really big, powerful, turn. She got a lot of stats, a lot of things going on with that brand, but it just didn't stack up against the other side of the board. So it does seem kind of cool, and I'm with you. I like it, and I am definitely a player myself. I love menagerie type stuff. So when you get these kind of mixes of comps, it's so cool. But at the same time, as you said, it just really matters on how it actually stacks up to what else is going on in the lobby.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're on the tipping point right now.
Yeah.
And like we didn't see anyone eliminated, but I think they're gonna start falling like flies. Seeing those health totals on the left and the stats that we're seeing on board, because fights are not won by a bit, they're won by a landslide. But what? It's the first time we're seeing this composition, so maybe I think that Hawkstrider has something to say. I wouldn't expect it, given the amount of stats the Anuta has on board.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely looking very Anuta favor.
There's no way. I was checking. Is there a way like to hit, like get only 9 damage? She's at turn 5. She'll like Anuta is.
Yeah.
It's trying to go for a second win right now. And we had some other eliminations. Van Cleef there losing her spot.
Yeah, and now Anuta going up versus that Van Cleef ghost. This is kind of
having
interesting.
A break.
Does she want to lean more into these demons?
She got the Felbat. Once I think that's the one of the key pieces of the demon composition. Once you like start eating your shop, like she used the elementals a bit to buff the minions on the tavern. That means that Felbat, it's like eating better meals. You know, they are highly nutritious. It's not just a 4-4; it's a 14-14. It's like.
You know, I've never thought of demons as being highly nutritious, but I might have to look at them that way from now on.
I was referring to the minions in the tavern the demons are eating, right? Like you see that more. Like it used to be a 4-4.
They're getting those
now it's a 14-14.
Nutritious meals.
Yeah, that's a nutritious meal for a demon, I think. Like eating at the end of the turn, like the whole bunch of minions out there, and. Okay, is there another buy you need? Yeah, that's it. Like you always want to roll to have a full shot by the end of the turn to like make the better of that fell. But you see, it's like passively increasing like around 40-40 in stats each round, just out of the fact of having that fellbat on board, and that's only the passive scaling. You also like do stuff with your brand, which is. Interestingly enough, a better piece of your composition.
Well, that is yet another player knocked out. So another 2, actually, it looks like. So we are.
Yoda was knocked out the round before, and this time was Anto, which Anto is getting 5th place, and Yoda is getting 6th place. So. That's why you're seeing the player standings on the left moving until banking 2 5-point games, which is decent enough. I would say like the break point could be around like 14 or 15 to make it to the second round. So she's still wait, look at that. She's still with pretty good chances. But I was just amazed by the effect of the buffing the tavern, buffing everything, and then like eating with the Felbat. This is, you want to see a game-winning composition because it's still missing some pieces, but it's stitched together the right way.
Yeah. Yeah, I love her use of just trying to capitalize as much as she can on this brand. She's really taken advantage of the brand this whole time.
And it's like, what would you transition out? Like, I think what's your free spot? I think that that Felemental, like you want to give it back to the shop, because you want to buy it
Yeah.
as much as you can, right? Especially with Brand on board. But what's the end come for this? What are the missing pieces? What are the tech pieces that you still need to make this the winning composition and not just a good composition?
I feel like maybe still one more demon, but I do like the use here of Anuda just going for this cultist Thara, that stealth minion with the death rattle that's going to resummon, and the resummoned minion, the first demon that dies, will keep all of those enchantments. So, you know, trying to stack as much stats on these big demons as possible. Not going to work out this time, though. Unfortunately, one of the... I don't even want to say smaller bodies, but it kind of is the smallest body demon died first, even though it's 55-55.
The small 55-55 fell, man, right?
The small
was not enough. And this was just the end of the lobby.
That was it. Yeah. Just like that.
That was it. We had like the final standings. You know, like I was just checking on there, and it was a ghost that killed another player. Because I don't think we were on the top 2 at that time. I was like so impressed out of like those stats and the synergies. And I was thinking about, okay, what's the winning comp? That I didn't realize that, okay, the lobby's ending. The winning comp is the one that wins this game.
Yeah, that's right. So, but, you know, that does mean that is the second of the 3 games for that first round. So the round isn't over yet. These players have one more game to try to get some points and solidify that top 4 in each of the lobbies. So we are going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll see if we can give you a quick rundown of some different points and talk about some players before we jump into that game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
All right, everyone, we are back, and it looks like our other games might still be underway. So this gives us a chance to actually talk about some of these players, talk about some of the points that are going on in some of those other lobbies, and kind of get everyone caught up with some of these other players. You mentioned earlier that lobby number 2, we have Lou Not Found, as you mentioned, who is our previous Supergirl Battlegrounds winner. Also in there, Eve Schmeeps, Bitsu, Witchy Murloc are all some kind of, I would say at this point, some fairly staple Supergirl names. But in some of these other lobbies,
Tavern
we
regulars.
also have, yeah, that's right, Tavern regulars here at Supergirl. We also have Andafern, Serial for Me, Nadelpa. We have those players in lobby number 4 versus each other. And then if you're looking for another few big names and some streamers, Lilithy TV, Rusinia, and Niflita, and Norky are all in a lobby together in that lobby number 3. And that second game for that lobby still going on. I just want to say there was a 3-person knockout at the same time. It looks like Alexandra, Lilithy, and Mansa Mansa all getting knocked out in 5th, 6th, 7th at the same time. So I don't know what heroes they're playing. I don't know what's going on in that lobby, but to have 3 players knocked out at the same time is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's minions and tables and chairs flying everywhere, I guess. After those fights, we're entering the third lobby of this. This is the game number 3 of the round 1. Remember, we're gonna have other. On top of this 3 lobbies, we'll cast and share with you the second round of this qualifier, the final round of this qualifier. After this, with other 3 lobbies, and discover. We'll discover 8 players that will be making it into the championship Sunday, just right off today. We're entering this second lobby, seeing the point of view of Miss Bowers, and going over the available tribes. We see that it's pretty similar to the ones we had on the previous lobby, without demons but mechs, because we have beasts, elementals, mechs, murlocs, and pirates available here. We don't have demons, we don't have dragons, naga, quillboars, or undead. Undead have been absent the 3 lobbies. Undeads and dragons. No, dragons were on.
I know.
A couple
Where
lobbies away, but
are
undeads,
these
we haven't seen them.
undeads? Come on. All right. I think we probably just did the caster curse though, and now there's going to be undead in all 3 games for round number 2. And if any players get totally wrecked by the undead, I am so sorry. We did not mean to, but we'll see if that happens here.
Stuff happens.
You know, Anuta, Send Me Your Arms, and Miss Bowers, all 3 in a pretty good point standing after those first 2 games, though. Anuta 17.5, Send Me Your Arms 15.5, and Miss Bowers with 13. So again, Send Me Your Arms, second game there on Shenvala. We haven't unfortunately gotten to see much from Yoda there, but we did see her on that Gale Wing. And we also have a couple of different heroes that we haven't seen yet in this lobby, Rain.
Yes, exactly. If we go from top to bottom, we see Burl Girl with a patchwork. We see Haida playing as Varden. We see Miss Bowers that we're expecting right now playing Ace Baron Togwaggle with that perfect crime hero power. Anto playing as the Thelan, the Blood Watcher, one of the new heroes, which hasn't been performing as well. Then Eloing playing as Deadwing, a hero as old, I think, as the game itself. We have then Yoda playing as Galewing, and Anuta playing as Dr. Holiday, another new hero. Anuta, who is like comfortably sitting on the top of the leaderboard. And this is the time in which players need to realize what their position is and how much they need to risk, or how little they need to risk. For in the case of Miss Bowers, she doesn't need to go spectacular. She only needs to go top 6, I guess, to get to the next round. I think I think that's kind of the way you need to approach these games without being overly turning your game down or turning down on an opportunity. But okay, in the case of Loing, I think she needs to take a bit more risk in the case, and I like the selection for that. I like the Gale Wing trying to get some extra edge on the early turns and trying to advance there, to trying to high roll any composition. Maybe that's kind of the idea under this in the scenario of the game number 3. You need to be playing constantly, watching at the standings.
Yeah, and that's another thing too that, I think you really hit on this earlier when we were still talking kind of pre-game, before any of the games had happened. There could potentially be, if Yoda or one of these other players, kind of in this 4 through 6, 4 through 7 spot, can get a really good position in this last game, they can jump up very, very quickly into those standings. So it still potentially could be anybody's game. It is the top 4 from this lobby and each of the lobbies that are playing right now that will move into that round number 2. I love this use from Miss Bowers here of getting to buy or basically take all of those minions from the shop with that hero power, kind of solidify her space on the board. But as we see her kind of tempo thing here, I do want to see if we can switch over to Yoda's perspective. We haven't gotten to see much from Yoda, but again, 7.5 points right now for Yoda, this Gale Wing that you mentioned, and this Ferrix as well that we haven't gotten to see much with the Divine Shield and the Avenge to put a Divine Shield on a minion. There's been comparisons of this as the new Selfless, but it's a little bit more difficult to pull off. And, you know, it doesn't have the same synergies because this is not a death rattle like Selfless Hero was that you brought up earlier. So, you know, this is a minion that I have felt like can be pretty good if you actually can get some like tokeny type things, which we actually do see here for Yoda with the little mechs that can come out. So those 1/1s and a little bit of extra beasts coming out here could actually trigger this Divine Shield, but it's not going to happen. There it goes.
It's not going to happen. It was not necessary, to be honest.
Yes.
That body, that 5/1 with Divine Shield took down 2 minions, and that's good enough. I agree on the fact that this quote unquote new Selfless Heroes needs a setup to work. It's not like Selfless Hero that you plugged into like almost any composition and it was good. This needs to have like a specific setup behind it for it to work. Because if you go too tokeny on your composition, you're giving Divine Shields to
like a 1/1.
So that's that's not something you want to have. So you need to have like big resummons and like protect your minion for it to survive, protect the Vitex to survive. So it's a bigger challenge to make it work. It's not just okay, you put it on the front, it bumps into something, you give Divine Shield to half your comp.
Yeah. This Mama Bear pickup actually pretty interesting here with Yoda already having a little bit of kind of beast comp going. So this is kind of an interesting thing as well. I think especially being able to these beasts that'll get summoned will be those bigger minions that might get to actually be given a Divine Shield that you were just talking about. So that feels like a very good pickup. That's kind of one of those puzzle pieces that really might actually help Yoda a lot here. And if we also look at so far the way that these healths have been panning out from these fights, everyone's still very close in these healths. So no one knocked out yet. Nobody looking like they are super close to even being at that break point for things like, you know, getting knocked out already. It's still fairly early, but again, we've seen in some of these lobbies and some of the points that can go very fast. But wow, those increased in stats from that Mama Bear buffing the beasts that were summoned. Huge here.
That's
full 15
That's the
damage.
difference between having a Divine Shield into a 2/2 or into an 8/8 in mid game. So that's a good synergy there. Like summoning beasts with the Mama Bear and being able to get those extra stats and give them some extra some extra resistance with the Divine Shields. I think it's a way to go. And one thing that we didn't mention, but last turn Yoda selected the Eastern Plaguelands trip, right? So that kind of like gives you an idea of like what's her plan for the following turns. Because if she wants to discover a minion of her current tier, she's probably planning on like going up the tavern quite aggressively to discover a 5 or even a 6 once she arrives to the Eastern Plaguelands.
Yeah.
One thing that she's been pretty I think from what we've seen at least, she's been pretty efficient on how she spent her gold. Like it was mostly turned into stats or minions. And now, like, I think is one of the first rolls I see her, and she rolls like a god. There's Firex over there, like it's in the middle of the screen in case you're just mid tunnel vision and like whatever.
I mean, she got some magnetic. She got a second copy. She got the jug if she wants to buff some stuff. That was a good roll. I really personally, again, maybe I have like an unhealthy love for the spell, but I really, with that 1 gold, I really wanted to see her take that overconfidence, because I feel like her board is pretty solid right now. But I think her going for the roll is probably going to pay off better for her, because she did end up with that good roll. But it might just be like that confirmation bias, like, oh, she rolled well, so that was the better choice. But I love that spell a lot, so I was really hoping for it.
And time to see where like those microbots hit, right? Because those are like the divine shield breakers, and this means that she'll be actually losing the fight, not by quite much, but receiving a blow that will put her not over 2 max damage hits, but only over 1.5, let's say. Some happy cows thrown out there by Yoda.
Yeah, and look at her go.
Report in chat.
There's the jug buff. Here's some magnetize. She is going for it. How many magnetizes does she want? That second one? Seemed like she was debating about it for a second.
Let's cover a minion.
Another
jug. It's the only useful minion in the pool right now, right? The others are just like, you don't have pirates, you don't have pirates.
I mean, she does have a pirate technically, but is she keeping it? Maybe she is. Is she gonna go?
Okay.
Okay, she's just gonna go for all of it. Yeah. So giving some stats, kind of staying in line with what you were talking about, though, with the way she's been playing this has been very focused on just going for these stats. She kind of got up to that Tavern Tier 3. She stayed there for a little bit. She is now on Tavern Tier 4, and she's just kind of focused on some stats. But I think after losing that last fight, trying to go for just a little bit more stats, especially since she's now facing the second player in the lobby, the second best player, or highest health at least. Just trying to solidify her board a little bit, stay in the game that little bit longer, as far away from that damage cap as she can. I think is pretty solid.
Losing the Mama Bear was something, but I think the stats and the Divine Shield refreshing, it's will be good enough to get a good blow. And one thing that I just realized, that she bought a lot of stuff last turn. To keep being competitive, but she didn't level. So right now the discovery will be a tier 4 minion, not a tier 5, not another Mama Bear. But, well, at least a beast. Plus 1/+1 unreborn for a beast. That's good. Where do you want to put it? On the Mama Bear to ensure that she lives long and prosper, or to a beast to like keep resummoning it and keep buffing it with the Mama Bear?
It's a good question. I think probably the Reborn.
Going to the Mystic Spore Bat just to get extra value on like the spells. No, she's playing it safe. She's going for the Mama Bear to ensure the stats.
I like this though. I think the way that she's playing this is very kind of in line with what you were talking about earlier, right? We've talked about these point standings. We're spectating Yoda right now. She's in 6th place in the point standings. This is the last game for this round, but if she can manage a top 4 in this lobby, just by kind of staying alive, playing it safe right now in these next few turns, right? Just kind of skating through, let a couple people get knocked out, try to solidify her points, especially looking at Send Me Your Arms is at the bottom there on Shenvala again. Well, if Send Me Your Arms, who's at the top of the point standings, gets only 1 point, that leaves a lot more room for some of these people in the middle of the points to kind of sneak up.
I kind of like disagree a bit on that. I think that for the people like trying to get that 4th or 3rd place, they are not competing against Anuta or Send Me Your Arms. So they might want them to knock out the rest of the players, not them being the ones who are leaving the lobby early, because that means if Send Me Your Arms just gets 1 point, she's gonna make it to the next round. But that means that another player, Anto, Miss Bowers, Haida, is getting more than 1 point. So at this time, you see, like we have like Eloing and Send Me Your Arms. Eloing for losing this fight will mean that she won't be making it to the second round. So it's one last contender against Yoda. She needs a bit more. She needs to overcome. She needs to end up higher than Haita. It's only a half-point difference. But the issue is like overcoming Anto. Anto is 3 points away from her. So that is like a difference between 1st place and 3rd place, or like 2nd place and 5th place. So that's kind of like the break points that Yoda is looking up right now. Anto is sitting up pretty healthy with 25 points, so she only needs to make it to top 4, and her opponent not just winning the lobby. Those are pretty good odds, if you ask me.
Very fair. I also want to note here that Yoda did pass up on that second Mama Bear, which I think with this having reborn and her really kind of wanting to find some other stuff at this point, going for those re-rolls with the Elise that she had, very fair that she just kind of passed on that. If she actually had the chance at a triple, I think she would have gone for that. But going for a pair feels just kind of lackluster in a lot of the situations. So definitely seems like she's taking this path to just try to find more value rather than going for the pair of Mama Bears. And she doesn't really have a lot at the moment that she can really take advantage of, the added stats for anyways.
So now it's kind of like the moment of the truth, right? She's facing Haita, which is not only one of the top in the lobby, but like a direct contender to Yoda. So this fight will determine a bit more than just health point. And what's that? What's that 100 thing? How is it even legal?
I don't know, but I feel like we need to switch over and watch Haida now. Like, what is going on that board over there? We missed some elemental buffs going on that side.
Indeed.
Oh, and that's unfortunate. That Divine Shield hits one of those 1/1s. We talked about that earlier. Oh, this is not looking good here for Yoda.
It's gonna be a 15 heat if everything goes as I expected, and will leave Yoda alive. That this is a proof of like her comp is not good enough right now to win the lobby. So she needs to step on it to get some better results that will get her into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we do have that spectate on Haida ready to go. So let's switch on over to her perspective and check out these elementals and see what she's got going on over here, because even more buffs. I also am a huge fan of elementals, so I love this.
And I like how some PCs are, I don't want to say universal, but you can feed them into various compositions, like the Death Rattle composition. You have like those engines that like let you scale up. This is like a decent, like you have like a golden dancing Barnstormer, like 2 actually, and that combined with the Hawks Rider, well, that's I don't want to say it's tsunami, but you have 2 on board, so it's like 4 plus 4 just out of them dying. Then you have the Hawks Rider, so it's 6 plus 6 each game, just for free. So that's kind of like that passive scaling that I love to see in many compositions. And was there like a little misplay there? She could have like bought the other one without freezing the rest of the board. I definitely like going for the triple, but maybe like on the edge of the rope with the rope burning, you're not. You just want to do the thing right. You just don't care if it's like the best way possible. You just need, if it's good enough, that's good enough, because this is like her chance to scale up a bit and leave Anuda out of the contest.
Yeah, I do think she probably did not need to buy those, but I do want to bring up the amazing play of her using the emergent flames and actually buffing the minions that were in the shop, because I think that's something that some of the stronger Battlegrounds players do very often, is they really look at and utilize buffing things in the shop before buying them. And oh my gosh, just in case she really like needs that, doesn't matter, it's gonna be a copy of that. But that's something that I think really differentiates some of the skill in players, is how often they utilize buffing minions from the tavern instead of just putting those buffs on the minions already in their comps. And I think that was a great example of that. So now she's going to be able to really, maximize the value that she's getting on her triple, but also it put her in a better spot for having more even stats across her board that last fight as well.
Yep, and talking about stats on the board, that's Cyclone Elemental with 160 in stats.
Yes.
We have Morlocks around, but haven't seen any venomous composition. Not sure if anyone is going for them. With mix, sometimes you just try to avoid that. This is, I think this Gascoiler, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you have a Hawks Rider on the board, and you want that to activate the dancing Barnstormer. So you just keeping it just in case, or you just rolling, okay, I play for the 50-50, and if it doesn't work, doesn't work.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting too, because there's also not a second Murloc on the board, right, for this venomous death rattle to go on to either. So yeah, not really like getting maybe the greatest value. She's still just kind of going for the stats. Having the protection a little bit there for the cleave sure helps, but this is actually looking pretty close here.
Cleave.
Just one. Yeah, that cleave did a lot of work that fight there. Anto, very strong cleave. And look at this. There's Yoda going out in 5th place that we were spectating a few minutes ago. So yeah, that 5th place going to land Yoda another
11.5.
Yeah,
which is not enough to overcome Miss Bowers, and while she will be temporarily sitting on the 4th place with Anto, still having to add her points for this round, and the minimum for her being 5. That will mean that unfortunately Yoda won't be making it into the next round. And right now the fight is tough, because we have Anto, which is a contestant for getting that 3rd and 4th place position. We have Haita still alive, and pretty much alive, not only alive, and also Miss Bowers over there, which is on the 3rd position. But girl, I think that I'm not sure like if winning will be enough to make it, because she won't be able to overcome Miss Bowers, and probably not Anto. But okay, like you just win the lobby. You at least you go back and you return tomorrow with the second qualifiers with knowing that you are able to do it, knowing that it was just some minor corrections to do and come back.
Yeah, and also kind of interestingly, there is the opportunity now for anyone who doesn't qualify today to watch this tournament, see what these players are doing, get that experience, and then continue getting in some more practice, tonight or tomorrow before the tournament as well, to kind of work on a couple of those things, to practice some of those comps or to get more familiar with these minions and the spells. So yeah, somebody that we see very close today could, like you said, come back tomorrow. They could play that second qualifier and just feel even more prepared.
Yeah, that learning opportunity is not there only for the players. It's also for the casters, let me tell you. Because I'm learning a lot today.
Exactly.
I'm getting some surprises there, here and there, and I would expect to keep having them, like, even on the finals. These players know what they're doing, and I like this adaptation, like switching off and transitioning out the Hog Rider and going for, okay, I'm getting the gas coiler out just for some resistance at the end, knowing that my opponent has mech, so they might have resummons. So I like that idea. I like how Haita played this round, understanding the importance of surviving. And well, that barricade is doing her work. And one important thing to see, what that venomous Morlock eats, and it ate the biggest minion on the board.
Yeah, that was very good for Miss Bowers. I'm still not sure if Miss Bowers is going to have quite enough. I think it depends on where some of these divine shields go, and they go to these small minions. Did not protect the
and the reset
copter.
was not popping over there. Yep, this.
Well,
I think this should not be enough.
Oh my gosh! What is
like
these
once again
these divine
the
shields?
small minions?
Okay, well,
we still have some. We still have that refresh. Okay, that's a good hit. This is... It's okay. This might be a tie.
It's gonna be close. These hits...
Because there's something inside that bot.
Yeah,
no,
the
she's
death
winning
rattle.
it. Miss Bauer is winning it with the death rattle with the microbots on the board.
It's only
after
8 though.
100 and so.
Fourth player
100 and
knocked
so refreshes. Oh, it's Virgil getting the 4th position, and now we have 3 players and 2 slots, 2 tickets to the second round. We have Anto with 30 health on top of everyone. Miss Bowers, that we have just seen win that fight, that interesting fight against huge stats from these elementals. And then we have Haita spectating her right now with this massive recycling raid and emergent flames. Two of them, Alexi, Haita needs 3 points, so Haita needs to win the lobby and Anton not to get top 2. That's kind of like her scenario. Miss Bowers, I think she's secured on the next round, but this is kind of like an interesting point, because right now Haita is playing the Ghost, so she has some time to transition and improve her board. But it might not be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle. I think, having to win the lobby and Anto having to take third out of these 3 players is a very, very tall order. And I am not sure, looking at how these games have been going, and has Anto even lost a single fight this whole time at all? Like,
well, let me tell you, she's on a 7-win streak run.
Wow.
So
yeah,
she's on Town Tier 6 playing Paradox, which is like her favorite comp of all times. And I can feel her like being on her comfort zone right now.
Oh yeah, and very deservedly so.
Yep. Let's see this. Watch out for this Venomous comp, right? Like a couple of Morlocks over there. They can eat those stats. I think
Okay.
like Haita should have like enough minions to survive the venomous stats, and that
Yeah,
like,
that hit helped.
that hit was amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the gas collar soaking one of the minions did the trick, because it was closer than it showed. Like for like being a ghost or something that you mentioned, sometimes the synergies the ghosts have like counter your whole board. So that's a bit scary.
Yep. And
8 in a row for Anto, and not killing Miss Bowers on this last time. Killing Miss Bowers would had secured her pass to the next round, because she'll had the second place guaranteed. Right now, she needs to wait a bit more. She's on the run for that qualification seat, but still, it's until the game ends. Things can change, so better watch out. Haida is coming for you.
ooh. Another
Okay.
triple here. She has been finding a lot of triples, a lot of value these last few turns. The Rock. I don't think she's really going to get much value out of that Rock at this point. It's a little too late for that, but maybe she can sneak in a little more value here with some of that.
Yes, I feel that at this time, like, it might be more important to correctly tailor your warband to try to counter your opponent than to just keep on scaling, because
Yeah.
you only have like 2 opponents right now.
Yeah.
So if you can like lean into like their counters, or add some minions that could improve your stats, it might be an overall better effect than just improving your stats. Because if you're able to counter the composition, that's way better than just like improving yours. Because you're right now, like that's kind of like the game. When you're playing against 8 people, you cannot take against 8 people. You just need to do your own
Right.
thing. But once you're playing against 1 or 2, okay, you can go against them and not just think on your own side of the board.
I think the question here is, can she actually effectively do that? Because I think the comp that she's gone for, and some of the pieces, like, right, we already talked about Leroy is no longer in Battlegrounds. Pieces like that would be very, very good for her to pick up right now. But and this
That
cleave
secret.
that secret, the cleave. She didn't find another like divine shield to put on some of her big minions. Oh, I don't think that she kind of found or was even able to find some of those kind of tools that she really would have needed to actually kind of tech against what Anto has effectively. So I think she just kind of had to go for as much scaling as she could there.
Yep, and now
Still
I
not
think the
enough.
thing is not gonna be enough for Anto to knock out Haita.
Yeah, and now we just
The
see
stats
what
are
happens to
enough to
Bowers.
win, but it's only 8 damage.
Oh, Miss Bowers didn't get knocked out from the ghost either, so now Anto is going to be up against the ghost, with Haida and Miss Bowers going to be going up against each other now. Very, very, very likely that one of them is knocked out in this fight now.
So this is kind of like a long lobby in terms of what we have been seeing. It's turn 16 already. We're seeing massive stats. And one thing that I can agree a bit with you is on the fact that how hard or how easy it is to adapt to your opponent's composition. Even if you have a free turn against the ghost, I'm not sure that's something super feasible. That it might be like a preying on like where the Venom's hit and where the dice rolls. Because besides that, I'm not sure. There's a triple there.
Yeah, some more
Might-
opportunities for triples.
Yeah, might be concentrating some other stats. That's,
Love it.
always a way to open
Good.
some room.
Yeah, good ordering
ton of
too
it
there.
there.
Getting all of the stats possible before buying that triple. Very, very good ordering. She also can buy the spell potentially in the shop as well to triple something else, but she doesn't have the gold to be able to do that and buy the minion. So it's not really gonna happen this time.
Just some cycling there, some economy, and a tunneler to trying to knock out those divine shields, like the tunneler, Mac's worst enemy, right?
Yes.
It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I think there's at least a better opportunity, like we're seeing with this tunneler, to kind of tech against what Ms. Bowers has than what Anto has. So hopefully it pays off for her if she's really looking to solidify those points. But you think these stats are going to be
it
enough
already
here?
paid off. If that deflector bot is out,
That's
that
true,
was like
the
the MVP
deflecto.
from the last fight. So once that's out, I think it's all over for Miss Bowers.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think it's a great lobby for Haita. This, like, she was able to adapt to find the key techs for each battle. The unlucky thing for her is, like, Anto did the same thing as her, like on the performance level, and that is good enough for Anto to take a bit the lead thanks to the prior lobbies. So this is a thing that even though like this is the final game for this lobby 1, round 1, every round mattered, because one less point from Anto, or 2 less points, or 1 more point from Haita on the previous games would have meant that that this ending, this down to the wire finish could have been the other way around.
Yeah. Yep, and then that's why it's so interesting looking at, we talked about how it was kind of the same thing with last year's Battlegrounds as well, right? That there were, even in the qualifiers or even in the the championships, looking at those point differences, it really did come down to only a couple of points. Some of the lobbies were very like top heavy, and then the same players like did really well across all 3 games and took all of the points, and it wasn't as close. But some of the lobbies were really only 1 point difference. So yeah, we're definitely seeing that much closer point difference in this lobby for at least some of these kind of middle of the pack points this time around.
And one thing that we need to mention is that in the qualifiers, it's not about like winning, like being the first person in the lobby. It's just making into the next round. Like just being top 4 or like top 1, it's kind of like the same at the end of the day, because you're advancing into the next round and points don't carry forward. So it's just clean slate for everyone when round 2 starts. So for Anto, like making it to the second round with 18 points, for Miss Bowers for making it into like 16 points, so it's decent. Like, as long as you make it there, then you scrape everything up, you clear everything, and you start again. And you try to identify, as you mentioned, like where's the improvements, because in this kind of tournaments, like switching the mindset from like, I'm just laddering, and if I lose this game, it doesn't matter, I can recoup that from after like a couple of games. And right now, on the tournament, the sample size is really small compared to what you can play in a day in ladder. It's just 3 games, so you need to you need to be aware of that. And I'm not sure how this is even possible. Like, paraphrasing one of our heroes, our class heroes, the amount of stats that Anto put into her board were amazing. And even so, Haita tried to give the fight. Like, it was only 1 minion away.
Yeah, the Matador and the Venomous switch there kind of at the end were I think as best of the options as she was probably going to get for trying to actually tack against what Anto had, and we saw how much closer it was because of those as well. And not as much value, I don't think, that fight on the other side for Anto's cleave effect, as we kind of saw in the previous fight as well. So, that made it a lot closer, but Anto still taking it down. So if we can, kind of look at our points here, what do we have to wrap up for that lobby, Rain?
So while we're still calculating the final placements, because we're still missing the result from Anto and Miss Bowers, I can tell you that Anto will go up to 20 points. So she'll be kind of like winning this first lobby despite her slow start. Then Yoda will get okay. Right now we have this is Celtica's magic. She is just amazing. Anuta win the lobby. Anto with 20. Miss Bowers with 20. Like as you said, like some top heavy lowers. And Send Me Your Arms just half point over Haita. This is how close things are some of the time. It's just the tiebreaker of the tiebreaker, kind of.
Half a point. Oh,
I can imagine Send Your Arms. I don't want to imagine Send Me Your Arms like on the 5th position on the other end of this stick. I wouldn't want to see that, but it's heartbreaking for Haida, especially after this final lobby that she gave it all.
Oh, I know, and getting that second place was so good there, and it just slightly was not enough. And this is what I was talking about, that points. Half a point, Rain, half a point difference was all that it took. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that it actually came down to a half a point, especially looking at the difference then between 5th and the rest of the lobby, right? Oh, that is actually a little bit heartbreaking. But again, this is the first of 2 qualifiers, so there still is tomorrow. But man, I cannot believe that, Rain. Half a point! Oh, that's so heartbreaking for Haida, especially after we just watched that. But yes, congratulations to those 4 who we have seen now. We'll move to round number 2 for today, where they will have to repeat that process and again do well enough to get in top 4 of the round 2 games to qualify for the championships on Sunday. So we're going to see that as these other games wrap up. I think we are going to step into another quick break. And then when we get back from that break, we'll get everyone caught up on some of those other point standings and players and who we're looking at getting into round number 2 for spectating. So thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll be right back.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have finished up that round number one, those first 3 games for those lobbies, Rain. And we got to see lobby 1, those 8 players on stream. But can you walk us through some of those points and the breakdowns and the qualifying players from the other 3 lobbies?
Sure. As there were other 3 lobbies, as you said, with the same mechanic, 3 games each with points to depending on the placement, and with the top 4 advancing to the next round. On lobby number 2, we had our current champion Lunot Found, who made it barely to the second round with 14.5 points on the 4th position. She'll be joined by Bitsu, Death Princess, Alexa Flora into the second round. Unfortunately, Eve Schmeeves, Tech Ono, Witchy Murloc, and Persephone, some regulars here, didn't have that luck and might be able to join tomorrow for the second qualifier. That's for lobby number 2. In lobby number 3, we had Nefrida winning the lobby and Norki following her like by a huge margin. This was kind of like a one-sided lobby. Then Merendar and Rusinia with 18.5 points each, and Lilith TV with 16.5. You see, like the fight for that 4th place has been like super tight in every lobby.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Lilith TV, Monse, Alexandra, and Teka, they weren't able to make it to the second round, but they will be able to participate in this final lobby. And we have a 4th lobby in which we saw some Brazilians, and I've seen some Brazilians in the lobby, in the chat already cheering for them. Eternally, Serial for Me, Ashley and Fern made it to the second round, while Marisol, Nidelpa, Princess Sylvie, and Jade won't be making it to the second round. And this is the 16 players that have advanced to the next round. So out of them, half will make it into Championship Sunday. Do you have any favorites or any players you want to see a bit more about?
I mean, I think for me, some of those players that we did get to see in round 1, Send Me Your Arms, Miss Bowers, Anto, are probably some big favorites. But, I know for a fact Luna Found, who is our previous champion, Rusinia, and Fern, Serial for Me, they are definitely, some other very big contenders. And some of these other names I am not as familiar with, which is very exciting, actually, that we get to see some of these, new players, these new names and faces kind of getting into these tournaments. And we hope that continues. So thank you to everyone who has signed up. These are free to compete in for all of our, women non-binary players. So this has absolutely been amazing. We hope that we still see these players coming back tomorrow, even if they didn't make it today, as you mentioned, because they still have that chance. But we are going to be spectating another lobby here of 8 players. So some of those players that we mentioned and that we did see in the first, few games, we're not going to be seeing for this round, but we will definitely keep you all up to date for those scores. But for the lobby that we will be spectating, we are going to be seeing Rusinia, Neflida, Merendar, Death Princess, and Fern, Serial for Me, Anuta, and Norki. I believe Norki has had some pretty good successes in the past Supergirl Hearthstone tournaments as well. So very exciting to see her competing again. And I know Serial for Me has been competing in a lot of stuff. She's been doing a lot of streaming. But yeah, let's do just a quick walkthrough, just again, for anybody who may be joining us now at this point. Again, these players are playing these Battlegrounds. They are having today and tomorrow for these qualifiers. Started as 4 lobbies of 8 players for 32 total players. They played 3 games in that first round, and then we had 4 players from each of those 4 lobbies to make our 16 that we are going to see here in round number 2. And then, as Rain mentioned, 8 of those 16 players that we're about to watch in this second round will qualify for Championship Sunday. Now, Rain, what do the point breakdown look like? Because we just kept talking about all of those points and how close it is for the points. What does that mean for these players?
So this is how the point breakdown is, and as you see, it's not just an 8-1 point. Like the first player in the lobby gets an extra point there. There's an extra step there for winning the lobby, as well as does the fourth place. It's 6 points versus 4 points, the difference between fourth and fifth place. So those are the breakpoints, and that could matter a lot. And we've seen like how tight these lobbies were. So that one placement differential could be a whole lot of a difference for making it or not making it into the next round. Next round is Championship Sunday, and Championship Sunday has some juicy prizes. $2,500 in prizes for this edition. So you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss on any details, because those points can get you here.
Yeah. And as we said, there will be 16 players that will qualify, 8 from today, 8 for tomorrow, that will play on Sunday, and only half of the players that get to Sunday will get money for being in that top 8. They're going to have kind of the same format on Sunday that we have today and tomorrow, but we'll be getting to see both lobbies that will happen. Kind of like right now, we're only getting to watch one of the 2 lobbies. We'll get to watch all of that on that Championship Sunday. But yeah, they will be competing for that, ideally the $1,000 first place prize. But, to even get 8th place and get 100 will still be awesome for many of those players. So we're definitely going to be cheering them on, and you can cheer them on as well in the live chats on social media, anything like that. Let us know who you are voting for, who you want to see make its Championship Sunday, and who you might even be rooting for in this lobby that we're about to spectate. Who do you have as maybe a favorite for you, Rain?
I cannot go, like, I love Lunar Found. I know she's great. She's the current champion, but I cannot move away from my LATAM people. On that side, I like to go behind Syria for me and Andafern. They are excellent players. They've been members of the community for a long time. They've been participating in this tournaments and many more for a long time. So I would love to see them not only today, but also not tomorrow, but on Sunday on the big final. So let's see how this lobby goes, and let's see you in chat. Is someone rooting for the LATAM people? I see Anto there. Just bragging about her being on the next round. I hope she makes it to the next round as well. And I hope for everyone who participates here, you have a good experience, because this tournament is all about that. Not only on the competitive side, but losing the fear to compete and realizing that it's win or losing it's always a fun experience, and taking away of it that fear from it of like, oh, like what happens if I don't do well. It's just making that first step. Since this is just a free tournament, it's only upside. Okay, if you're just jamming ladder games, why not just jam some tournament games? You might end up realizing you're better than you thought, and kept not only like unlocking that new stage of, okay, you might have some competitive fire inside of you, and discover a whole new world and a whole new way of playing. And I like this tournament's being a safe place for women and other minorities to do that. So I highly appreciate this series, and I hope everyone is having a great experience, because I'm having a lot of fun. So I hope this is the way for everyone right now. While we wait for Celtica to start the lobby number 2, I need to ask you, what's your favorite player from this lobby?
Oh, well, you had to ask. I was like asking you because I didn't want the question deflected back to me.
This is how it goes. Now it's a fight. That's a fight. My team against your team.
I try to stay as impartial as I can and as unbiased as I can while casting. But, in lobby 1, I'm definitely rooting for my girl, Send Me Your Arms. I love her. do a podcast with her, so
Yeah.
definitely rooting for her. Miss Bowers is awesome, and like you mentioned, I mean, Lou Not Found, previous champion. She's awesome to watch every time that we've watched her, so definitely rooting for her as well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say in lobby 2, it's gonna be Serial for me. It's gonna be Serial for me that I'm rooting for. Okay, are we cool now?
You're jumping to my side. Everyone's welcome.
Right.
We welcome everyone who wants to root for any LATAM players. We're like that. We like to see everyone and to see everyone having a good experience and having some fun. And if it's some people we know, that's great, that's amazing. And if not, like, we might learn some new people, we might learn some new talents, we might discover some even like some players might discover themselves. So never say no to like whenever you have the chance to compete. So that's the way. I'm talking about competing. We're in it. We're on the second round. We're on the lobby number 2. We're seeing a lobby with dragons, mechs, murlocs, naga, and quillboars. Right now on Rusinia's point of view.
Still no undead, Rain. Where are these undead?
That's right.
No,
that's right. I forgot about that. It's the 4th in a row.
It is.
Like 4 coin flips because they're like 5 in and 5 out.
I don't know what's happening with these undead, especially because there's some really interesting new minions and some kind of cool interactions that we could see with undead minions, but we're just not seeing it. But here it's going to be very interesting, I think, with these mechs and the murlocs, especially. Naga's pretty powerful, as you had mentioned earlier. We did get to see that in one of those previous games, but the kind of fight, I think, between mechs and murlocs is going to be very interesting with the divine shields versus the venom, and the stats that nagas and dragons, I think, especially dragons a little less, maybe definitely the nagas, the stats that they can get kind of mid to later game is pretty incredible. So if there's not enough murlocs, especially enough murlocs with the venomness, then that might be some very sad murloc comps if they can't get that venomous going.
Yeah, you kind of like pulled out an explained dog there, because that's something that I see like many pro players do. Like whenever they see the minion types available, they see, oh, this might be a Murloc lobby. No, maybe not. This is, and they just in their head they go all through all what you mentioned, and they prepare to lean towards that. And that's a great way to understand the game. It's not about like going all in to one direction and only focus on that, but to understand that you can lean to something, and if that goes well, okay, you were prepared for that. And if that doesn't go well, you still have the flexibility, right? It's the equivalent of like playing to your outs in a card game, in the sense that you need to prepare yourself to be lucky. So you need to set the proper scenario for you to be lucky. So that's kind of like the idea. And this in this second lobby, on top of like spectating Rusinia, we have Andafern under our radar that we can check out to see how she's going, and then do a quick rundown of who is who in this round 2, game 1 in this lobby.
Yes, because we have some repeats, but also some new heroes that we haven't really gotten to see here yet. So I am myself, we're getting to see Andafern on the other side, and then we'll switch over to her perspective. I am a fan of Curator myself, and I think especially in a lobby like this right now, getting to have that Venom already kind of preloaded and getting that huge flexibility potential, like you said, because the Curator starts with this amalgam that is all types, it really benefits from a lot of those the battle cries, a lot of the buffs, a lot of the different things. And I think with the spells, it's also very, very interesting, right? How some of the spells, I think you could choose. Like I'm thinking of one in particular. I think it's 3 cost. You get to pick a minion, and then any minion of that type will get buffed. And that can be extremely flexible with this amalgam for Curator.
That's right. That's a cool synergy. Yep. It's choose a minion, give all minions that share a type with it +3/+2. The Nature Blessing, and it's a good blessing when you have an amalgam there. And one thing I like also, it's that having frozen that minion on the shop, because there's there's a trick. Despite the fact that these minions lose stats every turn, if you triple it, you cannot get less than 2 times the base stat of the minion. So it's kind of like refreshing the minion into its full power and multiplying by 2. So it's not only discovering a triple, but it has another upside there that Andafern found and will be seeing. And right now that we are starting a new combat phase, we can go top to bottom to see who is who, because we have some new players and some new heroes. For example, Thailand with Death Princess. Then we have on Finley Merendar. Then on the 3rd position, Rusinia with Lich King, a known of the house. Scabs Cutterbutter as Anuda, who won the round 1 lobby, and the Fern as the Curator, who we are expecting right now. Then if we keep going down, we have Norki as George the Fallen, Neflida as Dr. Holiday, and Cyril for me as Sneaky Eyes rolling that dice. What do you think about rolling the dice? You like what's, because it has the upside of the kind of like explosiveness of rolling a 6 and getting a power spike on that turn, but then you just are hero powerless for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
Do you like that mechanic?
Yeah, it's a really interesting and kind of polarizing hero power, right? Because as you just mentioned, the rolling like a 5 or a 6 is fantastic, and you can potentially double tier up. You can level and get to buy stuff in the same turn where you wouldn't have been able to before. But on the other end, that polarizing, using 1 gold to re-roll or to roll and then get a 1, you essentially just really didn't do anything. So
you got to press the button at least.
Well, you have to.
Pressing the button has a value at least.
Okay. Look, I might be a little salty because I literally had 4 rolls of 1 in a row. I rolled a 1 4 times in a row with Snake Eyes, and I was very, very sad. And then I finally rolled a 6, and then I was like, okay, now we're talking a little bit. But that can happen with that hero, where you can kind of just get the unfortunate rolls of a bunch of 1s or a 1 and 2. It does mean that you get to roll a little bit, more often. But yeah, it's a very interesting hero that you do kind of want to balance. Either I want to roll every single time it's available, or if I actually do roll a good number here, what am I trying to do with the gold that I'll get? So it's kind of an interesting balance. Very interesting new hero.
I think that's an amazing question. What do I want to do with a roll with a gold if I get it? It's kind of like the key point of the analysis, because it's not the same to have 6 extra gold on turn 2 and having like 6 extra gold on turn 10. It's like, it's kind of like a 200% more gold on turn 2 than what, like, it's okay, it's a 50% more on turn 10 because you're already maxed out on gold. So that's an interesting thing to analyze when pressing that button. And well, shiny. Look at those divine shields from George, doing what he knows and bumping up and down, but it seems still like, I want to say a fair fight, but a close fight, or at least closer than I thought, right? it was almost it's a tie actually. I thought it would go for Norgi side.
Yeah, that was a pretty even fight there for sure. I do want to talk about just that point you made. Yeah, I've also encountered, and maybe some of the players that are competing today have seen this as well with that Snake Eyes, where like on turn 1 you use it and you get a high roll. And then it's like, well, I don't want to just level at this point because on turn 1 it costs 5 to go up to tier 2, and that seems counterproductive when you can spend 4 the next turn and kind of just stay on track. So you kind of have to change the game plan a little bit also depending on what you roll. There's a lot of decision points based on what you end up getting and how you want to pivot and maneuver things. Or again, with these decisions of, do you want to buy minions? Do you want to spend that gold on spells? Do you need to re-roll? Do you need to be taverning? So that it does feel like there's a lot of decisions. But one decision that seems very good here for Annafern is filling in her board here with that Sand Spewer. That Sand Spewer, one of the new minions as well. It starts as a 2/2 with Divine Shield, but if you have 7 minions, it's going to get +2/+1 at the end of the turn. So pretty great. Gonna start getting some stats.
Something way better than the old Hank, the old if you win the next fight. That was like kind of like the perfect curse. That was like the doom. You'll never win once you roll Hank. It was just a fact. But yeah, right now it's more on your possibility, and
that is a very large Sand Spewer, but also getting extra buffs from 2 different minions there. And some of those Nagas. Wow, Neflita has a very large board already.
And the breakpoints, you see, like the being only a bit bigger in the mid game means that your minion stays alive and value trades 2 or 3 times. Because that attempt survived at 1 health. The 2 supporter minions survived at 2 health. So that's extra damage. And right now on the Fern it's at 20. And facing one of the people in danger in the lobby. Anuda is only at 11, so that we might be facing the first elimination of this round. Yeah. The winner of the lobby 1 might not make it to the finals. Let's see. Let's see. But all in all, I think that this lobby will be a lot around Divine Shield. So. You might want to think about our friend the Tunneler when you see her around, because that's the way you counter it.
Yeah. It's also really interesting here watching how Annafern is kind of choosing to save minions in hand to get some potential buffs with all of these Divine Shields too. Look at that. 10-10 now. Getting magnetized.
Yep.
Got some pretty good buffs on it last fight.
And putting some pants on the amalgam, I think. And the effect that if you're a new Battlegrounds player, you might not know it, but but some time ago, you were not able to magnetize a mech onto the board if the board was full. So you needed to plan your space and your minions and your turn accordingly to magnetize and then fill up that missing space, because if not, you just end up with 6 minions on board or without the capacity to magnetize the minion you wanted. Right now you see like every minion squeezes a bit, and okay, like let's make some room for this guy. It's just sitting on top of that one. He'll be long gone and gone in a short notice. So that's what's happening right now. It's pretty good for playing mechs and easier to plan in my view. And we were talking about like the possibility of Anuta to leave the lobby. Okay, she won by some, and she left Underfern below the damage cap,
Yes.
facing George, who was doing pretty good last time we saw it.
Because, okay, we have to go back and talk about that fight a little bit, or at least a minion, because I don't know if you caught it, Rain. As Scabs Cutter Butter, okay, for those who might not be aware, discover a plain copy of a minion from your next opponent's warband. She was able to actually steal that venomous amalgam. So now 2 players in the lobby have that amalgam with venomous.
That's an achievement unlocked. I think that's one that's on Battlegrounds. You could get it either via the Rafam, but this Scabs, yeah,
and kind of huge.
Yeah, and with the kind of like perfect lobby, because when you have mechs, you can like add a Divine Shield. It's a super utility minion there.
Yeah, and I think that definitely did help in her fight against Andifern that we just saw.
Let's see, that Frozen... We have some interesting Frozen minions. The Tunneler, also the Mech that scales while on hand. I think those might be the ideas for Andafern. And let's see if she can execute it, right? Because, whoa, this board is huge. She will be depending on some refreshes, and I think that Annoyatron is gonna provide them, because if not, it will be quite devastating. And the Venomous effect not being the best there, not being able to take down a minion, and I think this is not enough for a tie. And I'm afraid this is time for Andafern to say goodbye in the first lobby. But let's see if she goes alone or she has some company on the way out. Nope, she's alone. There were some people like near the door, at least.
That's right.
While we get back to Rusinia.
Yeah, and I was going to say Rusinia is also one of those who is very close to being knocked out as well. But this next fight, she does get to face into Andifern's Ghost there. Unfortunate finish for Andifern getting that 8th place, but it is still the first game of this second round. So, as we've seen, not out of it yet. Still has opportunity here. But this board here, I just don't think Andifern was able to kind of scale as much as some of these other players have. So as we see already, though, on this board for Rusinia, a Bran, a Mecha Jaraxxus. There's already some higher tier minions going on here as well. So there definitely has been some things happening, but what is the goal of this comp and this board here? Because right now it just kind of seems like Rusinia has mashed some things together, just trying to stay alive
there and
but there's not really a clear direction, it feels like, at this point.
As long as she gets like to top 4, which this stats will probably get her there, it's good enough. I remember that tough task being bought, I think, turn 3 for Rusinia. The task is still there. Quellbores aren't like on their best shape right now in the meta, but still, they are decent mid-game. Those stats, those Divine Shields, they can do something. And if you keep generating blood gems, okay, you can support that.
And
at least
and
until
buffed
a while,
blood gems. Those were plus 3,
that's
plus
true.
6 for each of those blood gems as well. Quite an improvement over the base +1/+1.
And don't want to say an easy fight, but like it was a decent fight, a winnable fight for Rusinia. Not to worry much about, and making sure she survives one more round. She's below the damage cap, so any loss actually almost, because she would need to lose to like a tier 4 with a tier to a tower 4 play with a tier 1 minion, not to get knocked out. And the longer she stays, the longer she'll be accumulating points.
From
Let's
the
see.
ghost to the player at the top of the lobby, though, this might be difficult. We've already seen George's board a little bit. Depends on how many more stats Rusinia can kind of patch together here, though.
Let's see. Necrolite to keep juggling those gems. That Necrolite has done some harm in the game. When like
Yeah.
tossing things here from there and then abusing that with other swapping mechanics. We've seen that happening with Mutanus and with some other heroes. Not in this lobby right now, but still okay. More Quellboards, but a bit late for the banner board or not?
I feel like it might be, but I also feel really bad. Rusinia tried so hard to get a triple there because she had two opportunities. She rolled multiple times. She discovered, and she still did not hit a triple for either of her minions there. And those did not seem like the greatest options either for the Quillboars that she could have gotten.
Hurtful, and knowing that it's not only hurtful, but it's helpful in the probably in the round that you needed the most, right? Because she
absolutely
needed like she's as you mentioned, she's going against the stronger player in the lobby, probably due to what we can see from that health point, that health total. So let's see how it goes. It's hard. I'm not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, to be honest. Or actually,
I mean,
I think we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for Rusinia.
Yeah. The stats were a little closer, but Norky had more divine shields, I think. That just kind of went so much farther. Rusinia did really try to even out the stats, as we saw, buffed the minion that she was able to discover. She tried to spread out those stats across her minions and not just put it into one, but it just didn't work out there for her. And two players knocked out there as well, as we switch over to Serial for me, who is now also under that damage cap on that new hero that we've talked about quite a bit the beginning of this game, Snake Eyes. Looks like some mechs going on here. She's looking like she's got a bit more direction in her comp here, though.
Yeah, this is like a past meta comp, right? It's you got Tidus, you got the Omega Buster, you got the Flectobot, and then the Kangor to revive all of that once again and take advantage of that that double death rattle bonus that you're getting. And one thing that I didn't realize, Rusinia was knocked down, but also Anuta was knocked down on the last round. So there were two players sharing that 7 and 6 spots. So there will be some 0.5 difference there. And let's see how that affects in the long run. And the Fern with the last position already computed there on the standings, and we'll be filling out those as we go. But one thing that I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm impressed, but it's the Tavern Serial for me. She gritted out a lot. She used her life as a resource to go to Tavern Tier 6, and it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, not
she
only her health
last round.
Yeah, she could have gotten some really good rolls as well to potentially have taverned up potentially an extra time, like in the same turn. We've seen that where players have been able to tavern up twice in the same turn. So we didn't get to see what any of like her hero power rolls were, but we're not going to see that anymore because she also did switch out that hero power, which I think at this point in the game probably is a good call. And with the with the warband she has going on here, that passive of buffing her mechs every time she summons a mech, pretty fantastic.
Yeah, she it's like she picked it out, not that it was just a coincidence. And look at that, while Tidus is gone, well, the work, my work here is done, and that's everything. Stats everywhere,
Oh
and
my gosh.
more stats everywhere. This is a nice comp, not an Exodia comp, but yes, kind of like a sort of combo comp, right? You have some pieces that you need stuff to happen in order for your comp to be available. And what do you think about? We're talking about new minions. What about the new sap? You know the new sap who like the 1010,
The Worgen.
Wind Fury.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's interesting, but I think one challenge with him is because of his stats, and we didn't have this with Zap either, really, but the Worgen doesn't have an actual minion type.
Yeah, target.
right?
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
You know, you can't like really you have to be very particular with how you're buffing him if you're able to. So things like going for more of a fitting him into menagerie style boards, or actually buying spells that buff him to get more value from him. But he seems fine like once everybody is kind of moving into that tier 5, tier 6 space. But I think the later the game goes, it's felt like he starts to fall off a little bit unless you're really getting to buff him a lot.
And the fact that you cannot like super target it, that it would help not with Sap, you knew will have the lowest attack minion all the time. Right now it hits like something you can hit or you can kill. So it's like more variable there. You're adding more noise, as to say. While we're adding a new triple here with a golden Titus there and some extra death throttles. Well, time for fireworks? What is this? Boom, 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 machine gun style. Let's see if this dies, right? Because after all those buffs, yep, some serious, some serious death throttle happening there, and I think this will not be a lethal blow just because because of like the damage cap, but stats-wise, Seer for me dominated this fight.
Yeah, picking up those lighter fighters was huge with what she already had going. And I think getting to discover that hero power as well has gone a long way for her.
Let's see. How can you improve these? A couple of more triples, right? Triple Omega Buster. A triple lighter. Well, magnetic stuff can also improve your comp because it's just adding stats. But this is not. It's not actually like a composition that scales much on stat wise. It's just how it is. It's just you get like more combo pieces or improve your existing combo pieces. Not that you'll be able to buff your minions out of range of whatever. It's just hoping or maybe improving them via spells, which is. And in addition that you don't need to cycle minions on the shop to get some extra stuff, and you see like some stats there to Titus to try to survive eventually. Something that's decent. That's protecting your key player on this shop. And who's she fighting? She's fighting Death Princess. I saw some people in chat cheering for Death Princess. So let's see how she's doing under Titan Blood Watcher, the new hero, getting some free spells here and there.
Yeah, some pretty decent stats on some Quillbore there with some Divine Shields.
The issue with the Divine Shield is that they won't last much after all this shooting. Or yes, they might. Okay, those Divine Shields are dodging like God. And Baron Snipe, this might be This might be a clear loss for Cyril for me. Because the numbers didn't go as up as she would have expected. She's out of resets on that deflectable Divine Shield. So is it time to say one go by? How much damage is that? It's 10, 14. Yep, that's enough. Got another player eliminated.
Oh,
Whoa,
two more.
More than one player eliminated. We have it's Norki also with George the falling into the 4th and 5th place. So that's gonna leave us with the top 3 players there. Which, if my standings don't trick me, it's one is Neflida, other should be Merendar, and the other one should be Death Princess. Out of what I can remember, and let's see if I nail it. Death Princess at least is still alive, so we're kind of in the game.
So low on health, though. It's very interesting to see. You know, we saw one game where Anto just completely dominated, like had an amazing win streak, was just not losing any fights, had like max health. And then we have games like this where everyone is just very, very close to that being knocked out. Like even if for some reason a tier 1 minion lives, they still are out of the game. So very, very close it's looking like here at the end. But Death Princess facing off against a ghost could be beneficial for her here, maybe.
That's right. You're getting something. You're getting some time at least. Okay, these were the pieces that Cyril for me was missing. The 4 Reaper. That was a key piece that could have been handy. But well, like I think this goes back to me after like not praising Quellwars enough. I think saying that this was not the best meta for them. You know, they are just answering me with, okay, do you like this stats? It's what, like 100 stats per. No, it's never ending.
I do like those stats. Ending. That's wow. Yeah, those are definitely some impressive stats. The all of the generated blood gems, very, very nice there as well. Also to mention here, Death Princess taking the Tavern Tier 5 spell that will, at the start of the combat, whenever she plays it, at the start of combat, it will set one of the enemy minions to a 1/1, which
the health only to 1. Sorry,
or the health. Yes.
Interrupt.
But not wanting to play that until actually facing into, someone who was not a ghost. Very good kind of recognition there, setting that up to hold on to it and play it at a more optimal time.
And it's the Darkari Enchanter is like working amazingly, like in a triple way with the double Charla, with a Vannerbore. It's kind of like that's why we saw that never-ending end of turn animation. It was just a lot. And is this time to get rid of one of those Charlas, or like the super effect of like buffing everything so many times is still worth it? Because you had the opportunity there to play with the Necrolite to move stats from here to there, but I think Death Princess has already like kind of locked that last place with the Morlock with Venomous to just kill whatever hits it, unless it's a Divine Shield, but still it could work. And what's that spell? The Jug. It's like 3+3s. It's not numbers for this composition. It wouldn't make a difference. So she's keeping that free spell for next turn.
I love all these stats just getting thrown around.
No, it's amazing like how much the board improves by itself. Like it's like 2020, and still
that upper hand. Oh.
There are some stats there.
that So interesting. The upper hand there hitting that Bran.
Ooh, that Venomous taking down one of the biggest minions.
Yeah.
I think it's huge, and the first minion surviving at 2 health, also like being able to value trade once more. This is a win for Death Princess, and this will mean she takes the first lobby. It was a super tight one.
Yeah. That does mean Neflita taking second there as well. But this is so interesting. See, we have seen several of these new heroes now, like in all of these games. And Tailithan here, we just saw take first place, but I'm pretty sure we've also seen take 7th and 8th. It's kind of an all over the place hero, it's feeling like. And again, maybe it just does better in some of the, depending on what tribes and stuff are in the lobbies as well. So it's been very interesting to kind of see how it is shaped up in this kind of competitive format.
Yeah, there's a lot of variability there, and depending, like some heroes synergize well or better with others. You see, George the Fallen is an excellent hero, but in a lobby so full of Divine Shield minions, it's like your hero power is not that much of a differential. It's not that other players can get the same thing for just a couple of coins or like choosing a direction. So that plays a lot of like the strength and weaknesses of the different heroes. Just for putting example there. But I think this is all for this round. We'll go to a short commercial break and be back for the game number 2 of this round 2 lobby. Stay put because we have a lot more action waiting ahead of us.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
And welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for game number 2 of round number 2. We saw that first game come down to a lot of big minions hitting into each other, Rain, which I don't know. I feel like it. Maybe some other people feel like it. I think that's what we're here for Battlegrounds. We just want to see big minions hitting into each other, and we got that. So I am very happy.
Yeah, we even got to see a pseudo APM comp on round 1 also, like with a lot of stuff going here and there with those demons and with that brand also. We're discovering the new meta right now and see that it's pretty similar to a couple of metas ago. We've seen for me with that mech comp with the Deflectable, the Mega Buster, and the Titus Riven there. We've seen also the Quillbor comp with some Chagla and some end of turn effects with some better tools right now. But we've seen a lot of stuff that we can recognize. It's a bit different when you see it, but you can still recognize. I think that's a good way, a design success when you change stuff. It feels different, but you kind of know what it is still. It's not that it's completely unknown to the one who's catching up with the game. So that's something that I like about this last Battlegrounds update. And time to head up to the second game already. We are spectating Rusinia, and we have in this lobby. Do you know what we have in this lobby, Sean? We have demons, we have dragons, we have elementals, we have mechs, and we have Quilbos. No, we don't have undead. Once more.
What? Are we gonna see them at all today? What is happening? Where are these undead? I can't.
We're re-rolling lobbies until we get one.
Oh gosh.
Pretty standard curve for Rusinia, who's playing on the new hero that we were mentioning last at the end of the last round. You could see on the left side of the screen the player standings, and also you can see the heroes with Death Princess as a handsome musician, Anutas Chembala, one of the strongest strongest heroes in the lobby, Anders Ferns as Finley, Azira for me as Yasharash or Yasharsh, or however you want to pronounce it. I'm just not the authority on that. Norki playing as Snake Eyes, Rusinia, we already mentioned it. Then we have Merendar with Dr. Holiday, and Neflita with Master Nungian. And that's a hero I love watching, because turns are always different. Your hero power dictates what you're gonna do. So that's something super interesting that would be cool looking some turns ahead once you get some more gold to play with the hero power, because on the first turns you don't want to lose tempo on that sometimes.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I was talking about earlier, where it's very interesting depending on the heroes of this kind of balance between the hero powers and these minions and the spells, and how you can use them and change things. And it's just so interesting. I love this meta so far. I just think there's a lot of different decisions that you can make, and it's felt very flexible, and like each hero can do cool stuff. And I think that that just feels amazing when you have heroes that feel like they can actually do something in these metas, which is wonderful.
I genuinely agree. I think the trick with so many heroes, we're like approaching the hundreds, and like you only see 2 or you see 4, so you need to see something that attracts you. You need to see something that you want to play. It doesn't matter if it's like the best hero or not, but something that, okay, I can do cool stuff with this hero. If not, like, why are you playing that hero? Why are you picking it? And that's, I think, part of the balance mechanic. I think it's you need to take into account when designing stuff. It's not only about power level, it's about like the coolness of the hero you can you can portray, or you can make the player feel not only agency, but okay, it's some cool stuff you can do. Okay, let's go and try to high roll, which sometimes is all what I do. Sometimes when I start playing Battlegrounds, I don't care about like getting the climbing MMR wise. I get a hero and I want to do crazy stuff. Does the hero allow me to do it? If I do it, okay, I win. If not, I might not. But that's kind of like how I sometimes play Battlegrounds, when I have to just have fun and not care about the rankings.
That's all right. And that's why I had to bring it up last game about really being like a proponent for the amalgam and going for curator. Unfortunately, the results didn't back me up there, but I was really hoping. But it does feel like there's some really cool stuff that you can do with various heroes, and I think just from like a player perspective, that feels great. For some of these new heroes, talking about the different heroes, again, we're kind of seeing this new hero here. We're seeing all 3 new heroes in this game. Right now, we are, as you've mentioned, spectating Rusinia on this Tailothin, who we've seen do very well, getting first place in the last lobby. And then, the hero is also not done as well in some of these games. So very interesting to kind of see like how these players are kind of playing for that hero power, buying cheaper spells, seeing which spells they're kind of using with that free, pickup to kind of take advantage of different things. And again, that kind of plays into the how are they actually spending their gold to get those first 2 spells? Because if they're trying to lean too much into the hero power and just, I gotta buy spells, well, that also means they're not leveling really, or they're not buying minions. So they're probably going to start losing on tempo if they just buy spells to work on that hero power. So it's very interesting. I don't think it's kind of the same as what we've seen with some of the other heroes that kind of take advantage of like the 3rd minion you play, gets a buff or things like that. You can kind of play a bit more to tempo. This one is kind of combating that a little bit.
Yeah, and I wanna recap on what you mentioned about the spells as gold sync or something like that. I think it's amazing to ease up the curves for some heroes who sometimes they ended up floating gold or rolling or that kind of stuff. And at the same time, it opens like a tree of decisions and possibilities on the mid-turns, breaking that pattern of like, okay, this is my curve for this hero and will always be like this, because some spells can give you extra resources, some spells can give you extra stats to compensate. So that's kind of like one thing I love about the spells, that create more decision points in a place that there weren't many. So it gives you more agency, it gives you more possibilities of having the game under your control, and that's something amazing about this mechanic. And talking about something amazing, is this board something amazing, Don, or still on the works?
Well, it definitely still feels like it's kind of being worked on, but it does look like there might be a little bit more of a direction going on here. There's kind of now some more elementals. There's some buffs going on, so a little bit more, tempo staying on the board with these stats. I love the pickup there of just going for that spell with the last gold, especially since the refresh is now free. So just going for that spell. Again, this works into it's working with the stats and the kind of tempo on the board, but it's also working with the hero power. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 pickup with that 1-cost spell. Exactly.
It's all benefit, and also you're like adding some more stats on the fight that you're fighting one of the strong heroes, Chimbala for the case. In this case, it's not that strong, but still, it's good enough to probably win the fight with, don't want to say only 1 minion, but a composition that is focused around 1 big minion at least. And then a couple of support units who end up making the damage to 11 top, just leaving Rusinia at 23 right now, still over the damage cap, which is what matters at this point.
Yeah. I'd like to see if we can switch over to our other perspective here. Norky playing on Snake Eyes, who actually is going to be facing into Rusinia this turn too. So we've kind of seen that board from Rusinia. Now we get to see how it's been going for Norky here. Going for what looks like some dragons, but oh my goodness, on that board, we just got to see it get filled with some tier 5 and tier 6 minions. And that pickup of immune as well as a rock, pretty good.
I love the warp wing. It's just simply, I've seen it done. Like, it's a highlight creator. I like cards that can turn into Twitch clips. I love cards that can turn into like awesome moments. So this dragon is kind of like one of those cards. If you're lucky, it hits 3 times, it dodges 2, you just deliver a massive amount of damage with it being just immune. So that's something amazing. And this is too like some whiteboard buff from the Fairy Tale Caroler. And
Yeah.
will this be enough? I think the stats, if Rusinia didn't change much, the stats would be pretty overwhelming for her composition.
Yeah. I think especially because these added buffs here at the end doesn't look like Ursinia's board changed a whole lot from what we saw just a moment ago. But I think that immune especially just, oh my gosh, so much. Look at this though.
Oh, so much
That's,
damage.
good thing there's a damage cap if you are looking at it from Rusinia's perspective. Also, we get to see a couple of these tavern spells, and this igniter picking up a tier 4 spell here with that telescope, being able to pick up an extra dragon seems pretty nice.
It's kind of like I'm now forgetting the name of the minion that you would, as a battle cry, would do that in the tavern. Will just put the like give you synergistic minions based on your most common minion type. I like this version, which lets you discover, and it's not like super broken, where you could get like 3 triples or abuse it into getting like, you know, the old Amalgadons. At this time, I think these spells with are amazing in the way that they are easily balanced. You can balance them, like moving them up from tier, a tier up, a tier less, changing its effects, or changing even their cost, since they are like not tied to the like every minion costs 3 gold.
Yeah.
So some spells, some are cheaper, some are more expensive, and that's, I think, the having more levers to touch gives a lot of room for improvement. I think that's one of the reasons why this meta feels so balanced. There are not just a lot of broken stuff even on launch.
Yeah, you know, talking about a lot of levers, I think there's also a lot of levers to pull in terms of being able to play a lot of cards in one turn, which is great for this Sandstone Drake that was just picked up as well for Norky. I think that card is so cool. It's both a dragon and an elemental, so there's a lot you could do with it. But again, maybe buying a lot of Battlecry minions and then selling them off, or buying something that, you know, you get to pick up an extra minion off of, or additional spells. And also the way it's working with this, getting 2 tavern spells for free every turn, you know, that's additional cards that are going to get to be played just based off of what else is already on the board. So I feel like there has been a lot of really cool things that we've seen these players doing that are like 2 for 1, you know, or multi-use things, right? They're getting these kind of crossover advantages from these things, which is really, really neat. And here's another example: these tavern spells. The tavern spell, playing it counts for that, and then you're getting to pick a minion that then you can play that minion and sell those off.
That gets you a blood gem. Yeah, that's amazing. It's just chaining stuff.
Exactly. And I think especially with some of these synergies, buffing dragons, you know, buffing other things like that could help. It only adds attack on that Sandstone Drake, though, so the health might start to suffer a little bit unless there's, you know, other ways to buff that health.
Yeah, it's falling a bit behind on that sense, but you know, still it's playing a role. It's
yes,
giving some extra value, as you mentioned, like taking the advantage for every synergy. And talking about compositions that like playing a lot of cards, you mentioned Battlecry minions. We see a brand there. Is there a Caligos somewhere we can Maligos, sorry, somewhere we can was it Maligos or Caligos? Now
I think it's Caligos.
Caligos, right?
The tier 6.
The tier 6. Yeah, Caligos. The arcane, Maligos was just the combo, the +5 damage combo with Druid. That's some OG synergies now Maligos does. completely different things. But yeah, Ximkala goes to get some battle cry action. Norki decided to pass on Brand. I think it's too much of a setup for something that it's not likely you can hit. And at the same time, you're fighting for the tournament. You need to keep ramping up your stats as they are now.
Yeah.
And it's a decent fight. I think it has a fair chance of winning depending on how hits on the Immune Dragon go. And that 2-4-1, that's a tie. That's good enough.
Yeah, especially as we see a couple players get knocked out. Tie seems pretty good. Norki still also sitting at 30 health, sitting at the top of the lobby. Rain, who were the players that we just saw get knocked out
Death
there?
Princess was the player on the 7th place, and then Zero for me was knocked out at 8th place. So that's the current standings. We have Rusinia at 8 point live, below the damage cap, as well as Neflida. Anuta playing as Chimbala is at 15 health. So she could be susceptible to just be eliminated in the next fight. Merendar is in 3rd place with 18 life points, so she's a bit safe, at least for now. But now we're gonna see a clash of titans. The first in the lobby against the second one in the lobby. It's Norki against Andafern as Finley. So just pick a horse, because this time there's gonna be only one winner. And I'm sure who can run the fastest.
Unless they tie, like we just saw, you know.
It could be colluding to just knock out everyone in the lobby, and them taking all the all the benefit, like on the. Let me check also on the point side, because right now we're like entering the definition of the second lobby. Andafern didn't do well the first round, so she needs to at least get a top 4 in this one to have a decent chance to advance to Championship Sunday. On the other hand, Norki has 5 points, which is okay, something at least average, and she could keep going average-wise and make it to Sunday without any bumps. But that's diminishing her like chances if she somewhat fails on delivering that those average results. If you trip, you might not get up if all you have is just 4 places. Oh, this was hard. That dragon is carrying hard.
Yeah.
Because it's not only like the attack, but the health is decent enough to, like the 30 health is decent enough to absorb a bump, even if it gets attacked. So I think this is amazing. Oh, the low roll.
The one. It's so sad.
Well, at least we got to press the button. But still.
Do it again next
some
turn.
battle plays there. Yep, that's right. We get to see it again. I like looking at the bright side. I like your point of view, Dawn.
That's right.
It's refreshing.
Looks like we did get to see another player get knocked out there, though. Taylothin, Bloodwatcher.
Right. Rusinia.
Yeah,
it wasn't grayed out, so I was not sure, but
I know, yeah,
didn't caught it out at first sight. But yeah, Rusinia was knocked down at the 6th place, so she's getting some more points there. And let's see how this goes. Some more dragons there. Yeah. Maybe the chance for a triple. You're not only increasing the health, but now you're also increasing the attack with a constant cycling of those elementals. I'm not sure. Like she kind of like snipes them. Like buy a elemental, sell a elemental, roll, get an elemental. It was just economy for Norki.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been able to play so many spells every turn, so she's really gotten to buff the Sandstone Drake quite a bit. Now picking up that second one, it's going to get another big bump here. Ooh, we just saw Shinvala there level up to tier 6 as well.
Yep, it was like, okay, all in, we could say. Not sure how strong her composition is. Maybe, like, she leveled to tier 6 because it was just free, because you know how Chimbala goes. But seeing the stats here, I'm not sure if she's gonna enjoy tier 6, at least this game.
No, she will not. She will not even get a chance to be at tier 6 at all. And we do see her get knocked out in that 5th place.
And we also see the animation go out from the damage cap right now. There is no damage cap, and this is something good for Norki because she's delivering huge amount of damage.
Yes.
And one roll dice, we got 5 extra gold. Not bad.
That's what I would have picked.
Considering that probably the game's not gonna last 5 more turns, it's a good roll, right? Because, well, like, why do you care about a debt you're not gonna pay? Like, you're just owing like 2 more turns to roll against the dice. They're not. The game will end before that, so it's just a win.
Yeah, picking up another Master of Realities.
Looking for a triple there to make some room, or maybe like even like increase the end of turn, like the effect of cards played.
She's gonna go for a new hero power.
After you sell, well, this is just amazing. This is just what she wants.
Yeah, that's actually going to be much more consistent than just rolling that die, trying to hit, especially after she just rolled the 5, right? She's not going to have that hero power active for quite a few turns. So I think we saw
this elemental there.
Yeah, this APM is fantastic here. We saw that as well last game, that the player with Snake Eyes, they were able to just pick up that mask spell and just be able to change the hero power and start taking advantage of an additional hero power. Last time it was buffing all of the mechs every time one was summoned. This time it's getting extra gold when selling a minion, when there's already clearly a lot of selling minions going on. So huge advantages here for changing out those hero powers. We'll see what happens in this fight here.
Ooh. Demons.
Yeah, some pretty big stats there as well. But
it would all go down if that dragon survived. It didn't, and this is gonna be the first loss in a while for Norki, I think. She's doing really well. Now she faced an enemy of her caliber.
No! Someone else got knocked out. Who got knocked out? No! I was hoping we would get to switch over to her perspective and see what was going on, but we'll see if we can get one of the other players spectated here.
We have Nefrida or Merendar. Any of those are still available. We can switch to Merendar. Maybe she's not fighting a ghost right now, so it's kind of like a more interesting. And we already have seen this side of the board, so we can see the next one. And one thing that I love that we didn't mention, and we've seen, not only a triple, but the spell to wash off the taunt effect out of the Master of Realities. I love that. I love that capability of like just getting rid of the taunt of a minion that is gonna be super big, so it's not that vulnerable to venomous or whatever. That's amazing.
Another warp wing. Interesting.
Will it scale enough?
I mean, it's not going to scale a ton right now, but depending on what it ends up hitting into, maybe it doesn't need to. You know.
Well, it's trying to scale. It's trying to scale a bit.
Yeah.
Not much here.
Yeah, like could sell a couple of things and go for a buddy. I don't know.
It's not selling nor rolling.
I'm gonna roll now.
Okay. One more to see if you get another good minion or spell.
No.
Not time. Good stats on some big minions closest to. Whoa.
Those are very
stats.
large minions. Yeah. These divine shields, very helpful too.
But still, the breakpoint. I think this is a tie.
Wow.
Whoa! I thought it was for Norky all the time until that final showdown. And now that she knows she's facing the ghost, she has not only it's time to step on it, right? It's time to like start
Yeah.
buying and selling like every economy minion you can have, like that Mega Shraxus. I would have bought it. You get an extra minion to buy and sell, and then you recoup the gold the next turn. So.
Look, I really wanted to see her take that spell and re-roll and just get a bunch of tavern spells. But going for the minions makes a lot more sense. I just really like seeing the thing refresh with a bunch of tavern spells.
I cannot blame you. I love that too. Like even like the animation and the look of the tournament being completely different is pretty nice. And what do you say about Rock? Isn't it too late for Rock, or like a couple of turns with the capacity of like ramping up a bit, only a bit?
Well, I mean, she already has one pretty decent sized Rock, so the second one is fine.
And you're not facing a super like, buffed opponent, so
it sets
you can,
her up
you can
to try to
bank
find
on
a
that.
triple this time or next time. So it seems pretty decent. Question here, I guess, is does she want to, like, does she need to buy those pants, or no? She's just going for another minion.
Yeah, another elemental.
Yeah. Ooh, she could freeze that and go for a divine shield on something next turn.
On the dragon.
Yeah.
On the immune dragon, like protecting it a bit more of any possible hit.
Or
like
the sandstone dragon as well. With 230 attack right now, before whatever she's able to play next turn. That could be really impactful against some of those other boards that we saw. Or the Master of Realities, honestly. Like, any of those minions, I think, are pretty good options at this point.
They are huge, 25 damage. And we see that on Merendar was knocked out by Neflida playing as Master Nugan. And this is the final. It could be the final showdown because Neflida is at 16 health, but we've seen. I think Norky is capable of delivering that amount of damage. To be honest.
Yeah, there goes. She did.
The thing is that
the Master of Realities for that divine shield.
Neflida has like a huge board. Remember, like she was playing demons with the Felbat, with Bran, with those humongous demons that have been eating some other minions, I bet, on the last few turns. So this will be a battle of big stats, and I'm not confident that Norky has the upper hand right now, despite all of this good synergy she has rolling.
Oh, I feel like she wanted to go for that divine shield again for a second minion.
I think it's better than the refreshing anomaly, to be honest. It's a 2-9. You're not winning anything. You're putting a divine shield, which is like kind of like doubling up on a minion. So honestly, I'll go for it.
Yes, I love it. I want to see this go on the sandstone, but I definitely understand if it goes onto the warp wing. Yeah.
Let's see if the warp wind can turn things around and cause some mayhem. Having one less minion guarantees that you're not the attacker at the next combat, because like your opponent will have some more. And oops. It's not only that she has like 1,000 there. Like, she can bring that back 3 times.
Those stats came out of nowhere. Neflida did not have that 2 or 3 turns ago. Wow. Well, that spells disaster there for Norky after such a kind of dominating performance throughout that game. But well done by Neflida, taking that game down and going to secure herself up to 18 points after that second game.
Yep. Solid performance for Neflida, and for what we've seen on round number 1. Like the breakpoint was around like 13, 14, 16 in some lobbies. So she could feel pretty safe banking 18 points already.
Yeah.
It's like she's just got a bonus round. Okay, she did her homework earlier and now she can like enjoy and sit back for a while. But there will be some other players that will need to catch up and with the rest of the lobby, because only the top four players will make it into Championship Sunday. Remember, this is the first qualifier. Tomorrow we'll have another qualifier. 32 players per qualifier. Out of those, only 8 will make it to the final Sunday. So if you want to be there, if you want to be fighting for the big prizes, you need to step up your game. And we still have some more action to see, right, Dawn?
Yeah, we have one final game for today for these lobbies. So, don't go anywhere. We're going to get back to the action for that final lobby and to see who will be our first 8 qualifiers for that Championship Sunday. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
With an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are getting ready to get into our final game of today, this qualifier day number 1. Rain, are you ready to see our final game?
Yeah, ready indeed. I was checking the standings on our break. You can do that as well in the chat by using the command bracket or standings. I think it's already there in case you want to check the action, because while we're streaming one lobby, there's another lobby, there's another 8 players fighting for their chance to be part of the Championship Sunday. So if you want to check on them, if you have any other favorite players, you can see what's going on. Like our excellent producer, it's putting the scores in the stream. We see Lunar found in the second place. The top 4 of these players will advance, and wow, this is this third lobby, this third game of this lobby will be something to
that's
to
yeah
check.
That is one game where every break point will matter, right? Mm-hmm. Every person that gets knocked out, if multiple people get knocked out at the same time, all of that will absolutely matter. I am so curious to see. We're not going to be seeing that lobby, but that would be one to watch where you kind of want to see how people play that. Right? Would people play it more kind of reserved, like you've mentioned, where maybe they just kind of hover around tier 3 or 4 for a little while, just try to like build up their stats and stay alive, skid through and try to get like 4th for points? Or do they just don't even change up their play? The lobby that we've been spectating, on the other hand, a little bit more spread out in those point breakups here. Naflita taking that first place in, or was she first place or second in the last game? But first in points now, so a little bit more difficult, I think, for some of these players to sneak into the top 4 in this lobby.
I think that it's like the two sides of the coin. In this one, the bottom 4 players need to play aggressively, need to go for the high roll, because it's not enough to make a top 4. They need to win the lobby. And the Fair, Anuta, Sir, for me, they need like those 10 points to try to overcome or to surpass Death Princess or Norki. Because if not, it will be really hard with that 5-point gap between the 4th and the 5th place to secure that passage to the next round, to the Championship Sunday. Remember, you might, if your favorite streamer, if the player you were supporting doesn't make it into Championship Sunday today, they might be appearing once again on screen tomorrow, because the next qualifier will start at the same time that we started today, but tomorrow with 32 players and the same format for other 8 spots on the finals. So I'm really excited to see, and really interesting to see how these players take on this final lobby, because there's a clear difference here. The bottom 4 players need to risk it.
I think the big I think the big question here is, are we gonna see undead?
That's right.
All right.
It's been so long that I kind of like erase it out from my memory, and we have the answer already, and it's no
undead.
It's
no.
There are no
time.
undeads.
Oh,
there are no undeads.
So sad.
They've been banned. This is a Blizzard scheme. I'm sure.
Oh.
I'm positive there is a conspiracy behind this. I know. Kel'Thuzad
That's right.
it's up to something, I think.
It's because we're gonna see all undead tomorrow. It's gonna be undead in all of the lobbies tomorrow. I feel it.
I can see like Blizzard shadow banning undeads just for the sake of like balancing out, like as they shadow ban Lord Barov every time because he is like the one who like breaks Battlegrounds like every time. Like I even blame Lord Barov for this like sound, that the sound clipping we're hearing on the game. It's always Lord Barov. It's always Lord Barov in Battlegrounds. That's the biggest problem on the side. We're now expecting Anuta, but we're gonna go over the available tribes. We see there are no undeads, but there are beast, elementals, mechs, naga, and pirates. Naga some decent compositions that we've seen, but not much from that. Let me check with production, since I'm not sure if I'm the only one here in the game. A bit the game sound a bit cut, but
No,
I'm
yeah,
sure Dawn,
it's definitely wonky.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we can switch to the other observer until. Okay, it fixed it. Like Bob here for us. I think now we're cool. We're seeing some Alakir action in a lobby in which you don't have mechs, so the Divine Shield is something valuable. Oh yeah, we have mechs, so it's not that valuable after all.
It could be with some of the minions, though, depending on what happens. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
This could be really interesting for certain minions, I think. Like, honestly, we talked about that Worgen earlier. I don't know how valuable that could be, but there could be opportunity there. It already has Wind Fury, but to give it Divine Shield could be something for sure.
I think you can.
And we're seeing the breakdown of the characters. We saw Merendar with Skycount Krag, Lucinia with Varden, Anuta with Alakir, Neflida with Bran. Then we have Cyril for me with Taetelan Blood Washer, Norki with Omu, and the friend with Theron, and then Death Princess with Holiday. I must admit, I like Merendar's pick of Sky Captain Krag. That's a hero that makes his hero power valuable. It's like, okay, I have one shot, one opportunity to see everything I ever wanted, and that's Captain Krag. It's just one shot. But let's see how it works, because it's not one of the best heroes, as we see for the amount of armor it gets. You gonna assess them by, okay, how does Blizzard see this hero? Okay, it's just covered in armor. Okay, it might not be the best one, but okay, she has like a 7-point lead over Andafer, which is like the first player not making into the championship, so she can take the luxury.
Yeah, I really like Omu. I haven't really gotten a chance myself to play a ton of Omu in this new meta. But yeah, this again, we're seeing some of the new heroes, but we're also seeing a kind of different mix of heroes in this game from what we've seen in the last few games. And some of these heroes just seem really cool with this interaction of these spells and the minions. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about some of these minions though, but I love the getting to attack, getting the Wind Fury, getting the Divine Shield. It's gonna require a few more minions, I think, though. If you start to kind of get behind in minions, it's not gonna be as effective.
Yeah, that is true. It's kind of like you need to keep up, but at the same time, if you're a Nuda, it's not about just keeping up. You're like 6 points away, so you need to plan to win the lobby, not just to stay alive. Well, you have a double there. Maybe you wanna get some better stats. I think she needs to be planning about like, okay, making a triple some turns down the line, and then making sure that that she's able to put some good stats on the board, because if not, like not stats like in the meantime, but for the end game, some good composition that they can get her to the lobby. At this time, not that bad. We've seen Endafern eating some stuff. It's not bad.
Yeah, that seems like some pretty decent synergy. Still,
Yeah, especially for the early game, right? Because
yeah,
it summons an extra copy with the board space, so you can duplicate it on that. And if you use it on a Death Rattle, you get the Death Rattle plus the plain copy. So it's a good thing. Oh, look at that! You have a triple.
I was gonna say, you were just talking about potentially trying to get a triple. I don't know though. This feels like bait. I don't think this is what she was hoping for.
Yep, I think that it's not the best. And I think we have Norky on the other spectator. We can check how she's doing. She's a bit on the other side of the wall. We could say with 13 points. So let's check how she's doing there. She's playing with one of the new hero, Dr. Holiday. Oh no, that's Death Princess. Sorry. Norky is playing as Omu, a hero that we haven't seen in a while, I think. But it might make a comeback, right? With the problem with Omu is that sometimes you level it up and you didn't have anything to spend the gold like efficiently. And spells might give that answer, so...
Definitely could, yeah. It could kind of help fill in. You kind of mentioned that earlier, right? Filling in the curve for some heroes, and I think Omu can take advantage of that. It's just going to be maybe wanting to do that on a turn where you have a spell that's going to work with it, and not, not just doing it because there is a spell. Because sometimes the spells, you actually don't want to just buy it, right? Like, you want it to actually have some sort of effect.
Exactly. It's not like just... Not every spell it's good, and not even like in every stage of the game the same spell is good. Sometimes some stats in the mid game it's decent enough, and sometimes in the late game you don't need stats, you need effects. So that's kind of like the idea on that. We have end of turn, get a coin for damage. Not sure if we're gonna go demons, but we have a pirate there, so that could be a synergy somewhere. Giving the minions in the tavern +1/+1. I think she's gonna go for it then.
I mean, it's
Triple
also...
Y?
Yeah, it's just, it's good stats, and they are pirates, so they kind of work with a little bit of what she already has going on, too.
And you could, like, get some, like, I was thinking about, like, Triple Y, like, buying 2 minions and then a spell.
Right.
Which is, like, perfect 8 gold for the turn, so you're not floating anything. But I'm debating, like, do you want to, like, the Echoing Roar? Do you have a minion that is good enough that you want that to be on your, like, on your warband forever? But on the other side, like, you could... Okay. Okay, no, she saw one of the Bejeweled Duelists. I think saw the menu going up, and it was like, wait, what? How did she... But it was...
Yeah, this is a really interesting choice, I feel like. Trying to go for the Avenge potential or getting Divine Shields is kind of interesting when you're not really going for more of that token style route. But she does have a taunt, so very likely the taunt's going to die first. Plus, her minion that gets to have Wind Fury and attack. Okay, there's already 2. Maybe it's actually going to get some sort of value, and even if it doesn't, it's a 4/4 with Divine Shield, so hopefully we'll kill a couple of things even if it doesn't give something else Divine Shield.
Okay, some synergy, some Avenge synergy there, like for getting some extra gold with the recurring taunts. It seems like Syria for me is greeting this game as she needs to, because she's on the bottom, so she needs to get a win, not only in average placement. some extra gold. Time to level up and pray for something that will turn this into a game-winning composition. Or Anuda just with... Well, Anuda needs a bit more than a fourth place.
Okay, did I just see that correctly? Did Crag just go to Tavern Tier 6?
Yes, Crag did.
And look at that. Still has some armor. Oh my goodness. And look at this.
Oh,
as well.
this is going to be a fun game.
Tailithan going to 5. Okay. All right. We are in for some big boards coming up because we have a lot of these heroes that are only still on like Tavern Tier 3 and 4.
Yeah, almost on tier 4, like something you wouldn't expect to be happening on turn 7, right? Maybe it's still like planning and assembling, but that hero power, it's the sooner you press it, the more value you get, because once again, it's not the same to get 2 extra gold when you have like 5, when we have a 5 gold or 6 gold total, then to do it once you have like a full gold capacity with a 10. So that's something to bear in mind for Norki playing as Somu. But on the other hand, like Norki is at the same time not under a lot of pressure with the 13 points she has on this on the leaderboard. Remember, this is the final game for this lobby and for today as well. So there's a lot on the we ruled out at this time, and okay. We see the investment on leveling up and not on doing much else right now.
Oh my gosh. It's going to be a full like 15. Ouch.
Still, it would be above the damage cap, so she has time to get herself together and like stabilize.
Yeah, but being at that tier 6 already, we're going to see the animation again for some reason. Ooh. A lot of pirate stuff going on. There is a cleave potential here. Is there a way that Anuda can start buffing that?
Not at this time.
Yeah, not a lot.
That's a pity with it, because that Blade Collector could be a part of something, but not at this time right now. And well, she's getting it. She's gonna go for the tier 5.
Yeah, she's just gonna Tavern tier up. Well, I would love if we could switch over to another player here and see what else is going on in this lobby, knowing that Anuda has kind of gone more into these pirates here and now has leveled up. A lot of these players have been leveling, so let's check out another perspective and see what they're doing on their board. Let's see.
We have, I think, Norki on the other side. See what's Norki doing? She's playing as Omu, so she could
at
be
the top of the lobby. Yeah.
Yeah, she could be a good target to spectate. So let's check on how this fight goes and see if we can change the point of view for the upcoming turn then, while we just cash in some extra gold for some little damage.
Yeah.
It's just, like it's...
Nagas.
Stats. Some decent stats over there with the Venomous effect.
Yeah.
It's not as important in the mid game as in the late game, but she'll be able to scale, right? Like that. She's gonna get a bunch of spells from that Kashmir and still win fights. So nothing to worry about for Endafern at this time. See, the shop still doesn't go a lot. Doesn't do much. Never a triple opportunity. Still like trying to get something. That
Yeah.
let's see what this cover comes.
Wheel of Yogg.
Oh yeah. Why not? Why not? Why do you do that to me? When you sell this spin the Wheel of Yogg, let's get a Wheel of Yogg. Like, come on, Anuta. This is your time. You're on the spotlight.
Nah.
Here's a Wheel of Yogg before we change to another point of view, please.
Nope.
Okay. She was not deciding.
Ooh.
And right now we're checking on Norki, who has a brand, who has some synergies there. Some
Yes.
Nagas with
Okay, a couple of pirates here, but I do like this Nala kind of menagerie style board that looks like Norki's going for here. A little bit.
Yep, and it's like she got the way to buff that pirate.
Yeah.
And a lot. That's a big cleave, right? 21 attack at this stage of the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and on the other side,
More than decent.
Everybody just going for the cleave here.
It's the pirate lobby once and for all.
Yeah.
Okay, cleaves as always. It will hit on the side no matter if there's a town minion or not, because that's a hidden and written rule of Battlegrounds. But this time it's not enough on the way back.
Yeah.
It will be enough to clear the board, and Nefrida stays alive for one more turn at 4 health on the back of that cleave pirate and some stats. And we're seeing that Seer for me is down to 1 health. Nefrida's at 4, Mendar it's at 7, as well as Anuta. Norki's at 11, Rusini's at 14, Death Prince is at 15. All the lobby besides Andafern is below the damage cap or capable of being knocked out in the next fight. So this is one that will start to shake up that standings.
I love these choices that these players have been making with these hero powers as well.
Let's see how it goes. How? Like, what's the best way to buff that Blade Collector? Because I love the way that that Gunpowder Courier is it's adding stats.
Yeah.
But I think that the brand has a lot to do with the board state right now. Well, twice the brand blessing with a brand on board.
Yeah.
Me game.
You know, it has to. The T set pretty decent here to buff up some stuff, and it does buff that cleave effect. Very, very nice there. That's the one she wanted to hit.
Yeah, at the same time, the Fairy Tale Carler, it's a Battle Cry, giving some last attack if you lost the last combat, which I think Norki did. So it was shiny with Brand there, and it's a good time to see how Nerendar improved her comp or not, being a tier 6. Let's see this board of Nagas, like with some decent stats in this. Might be a bit of a coin flip, I think.
Oh, pretty good hit for that cleave.
Yep, and still, this is a tie. They're both
in it.
Alive,
two players knocked out though. Who got knocked out?
For
Rain?
me on Titan Blood Watcher and Anuta as Alakir. They're both got knocked out from this last, and they were two of the players needing some good points, so they're not banking on any good points. They're gonna be having another chance tomorrow if they want to, but at this qualifier they're not gonna make it into the championship Sunday.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be competing tomorrow and we'll get to see them again. Just, sometimes Hearthstone and Battlegrounds just don't work in your favor.
Yeah.
And
Like,
definitely
no, like,
seems...
not everyone can win, right? This
Yeah.
we knew that by the start when we had 32 players and only 8 spots.
Yes.
So it's sad to say goodbye to some one of them, but it was bound to happen. So no regrets. I love to see them. I love to see them again and again as we have seen them in previous
Yes.
events. So I bet that they will be featured tomorrow as well if they can make it. And now we're seeing some freeze there. She was going for the golden touch.
I don't know. That or maybe there's a couple of possibilities, right? Being able to pick up the pirate to buy 3 cards and get you get a tavern spell, right? So there could be some benefit there. She's also already got some pirates. Like maybe that's something. Maybe she wanted to pair up that matador, but yeah, in the end, it looks like she opted for unfreezing that board and actually not going for it.
You're in turn 5, you can expect some better minions. That's at least what I think. And there is another comp with various cleaves working pretty well. Oh, that hit was amazing.
Yes, it was.
The way it got rid of everything.
Oh, that was good too. That worked out very, very well for Norky.
And this is Rosenia saying goodbye. Another of the bottom. So Death Princess saying goodbye. She's actually the 4th player. So getting the 6th place right here will bank her 3 points, going up to 15. So she's not completely safe.
Yeah.
At 15, I think.
And
the Fern could easily go to 15 and tie and get a better tiebreaker. So 2nd place for Underfern would be enough, and that would be a good ending for a good comeback story for Underfern, who lost the first lobby right away and then started to get some more points on lobbies 2nd and 3rd. Now we get a body. What's the best body here, Dawn?
I mean, making something golden is pretty decent. I do really like this hero power that she went for as well. I'm guessing she's going to want to start using that on the cleave, right? She's going to use that to continue buffing those stats and try to take as much advantage of it, especially because she's already at tier 5. Ooh. We're going to see the reposition.
So, do you want to put Mad Matter on the right or Nala?
Yeah.
Because like if you put Nala, at least you get some more stats once that's golden, right? That's the idea. I'm not sure if the Blade Collector could be a bit further ahead, but I understand that the fear of being cleaved is real. So
yes,
that's an issue, and it would have been still 69 health, which is a lot, but you don't wanna miss it to anything. Oh,
it did hit the Matador though. Okay, that's unfortunate.
Yep. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so unfortunate there though.
And that second hit was not that good, but I think depending on the death rattles here.
Ooh. That lighter gonna help clear some of this up.
Yeah, the town was just a loss. I think she lost there because the town make the pirate hit in the middle and take a 3-for-1 deal. And we've seen like Merendar going down and Endafern also going down.
Yeah, this is coming to an end very quickly, and all 3 of these heroes, I mean, we see Norky here at the top with this Omu at the top of the leaderboard with 11 whole health. Ooh. Yeah, well, we know what's going on here. Who else do we have in this lobby, Rain? along with
We have
Norky.
on the second place we have Neflida as Bran, who's like comfortably in the first place, and then we have Rusinia on the third place, battling against her. Rusinia, who could make a sort of a comeback, I think, with 5.5 points. If she gets a win, it will get to 15 and something. She made it. She barely made it last round. Maybe she pulls it off once again. Let's see. We can check on Rusinia right now to see what's going on there and see how her board is looking like. Oh, that's a big board.
Yeah, the cleave isn't quite as large in the attack as I think she would like it to be. Oh, wow, and Eliza pickup as well. That's huge. Well, actually putting it next to the Bran feels a little bad with everybody having cleave here. Wow.
That's, yep.
Yeah. This is going to be it for Rusinia, looks like.
Looks not that far. Only like 200
Wow.
stats away.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's a final showdown between now Rusinia and Neflida and Norky. Norky is playing as Omu, so we can get back at her point of view right now. Let's see if these stats are enough for what we've seen. This should not be enough, right?
Yeah, this
on the other side there was some massive stats. How much work does the blade collector need to do?
probably like triple what it's at right now.
Yeah, they'll need to
okay.
grab some more spades.
Upper hand though, that could be something. That might help depending on what it ends up hitting.
Yeah, that's a good pick on the spells.
You know, also kind of interesting here with the selling off of that Nala. You know, there was an option to just try to keep the Nala, like, and just like kind of go ham on buying a bunch of the tavern spells and trying to get as much buffs, but opting for just getting rid of it altogether, trying to find something else instead, but finding a couple of buffs here and a divine shield for that collector, very fantastic.
Still, okay, I think this composition is a couple of minions away.
Yeah.
Because like we have like a 4-1, a 4-6, a 20-20. Okay, it's not actually a 20-20 because it can redirect damage, so it's a bit better. But still, I feel that this is not enough to get a 300 minion down to the ground.
Yeah. Now, these divine shields as well. I think the divine shields are doing a lot of work. Wow.
Yeah,
on both sides
only
actually.
Needs like 350 more hits,
Yeah,
and that's
only
that will be it.
Oh, yep, and there it is. Is that enough
The
to
issue,
actually
this is
knock
not lethal,
Norky out?
right?
Yeah, one off. Still in it.
Always.
Still in it. All right, Norky can still potentially win here.
You like we were asking for this. What's
Yes.
the best outcome?
I want to see that additional stats there.
Rolling the dice? No, rolling the dice for a 1. Don't do this to
No. Oh, goodbye spells.
me.
Walking fort feels a little bit too late for something like that. Yeah, this is let's just put as much stats as possible here, but oh, well, that looks like it's gonna be it.
It would never be enough, right? She knew at that time that it was all lost. All hope was lost. And let's see. Let's do a quick recap. We had a different lobby. Let's check if that has ended already, because we have some standings there that we can go over until things are done here. Because we had a lobby with Send Me Your Arms, Haita, Bitsu, Anto, Alexa Flora, Marisol, Lunar Found, and Eternally. Let me bring this here so I'm not looking out of you. And we have Eternally at 15.5 points winning the lobby. Production is super quick. You see it? This lobby,
they're getting
this was
some
a
points
tie
put
lobby
in.
and it was super tight, actually.
Wait, there's still a couple of scores not put in.
Oh, there's still a couple of scores missing. Oh, that's right.
Is it still? It might still be finishing because a third place just got put in.
Oh, that's right. And Lunar Found and Alexa Flora is still battling. So Lunar Found will make it, and Alexa Flora will make it. So it's probably the top four is like Send Me Your Arms, Eternally, Lunar Found, and Bitsu over. Lunar Found, Bitsu. Those are Alexa Flora. Oh no, Bitsu is probably gonna be the fifth place there. So we're still waiting on that match to end. These are the current scores. These are not final, as Don was mentioning. Oh, right now scores are changing on the fly. We have our admin checking up scores and setting up the right positions because it was a shared score.
A lot. Okay, so I know we can see the kind of behind the scenes placement here, but in the other lobby that we weren't getting to spectate, we talked about how close it was for their scores, right? Before we went into game number 3. And we talked about how it's going to kind of be interesting because I would have liked to see how these players are actually playing, right? To see, are they trying to just play really passively and kind of like hover, play it safe, try to get, as close to like the top 4 as they can. And what ended up happening is we had one player go out in 8th, and then 3 players tied for 5, 6, 7, and then 2 players tied 3, 4. And I am so curious as to if that actually did kind of play out where they were just trying to be as safe as possible, kind of thing, and really not like taking a lot of risks, potentially not trading out a lot of their minions and kind of saying, I don't know if I actually can swap out my my bodies on the board here. But it looks like we do have that update. Alexa Flora ended up winning that lobby. Not Found taking second, which does mean that lobby has finalized. Alexa Flora, Not Found, Send Me Your Arms, and Eternally do qualify for that championship Sunday from the other lobby. So, wow, congratulations to all of the qualifiers for Sunday. And we're going to get to see more action tomorrow and see who else is going to be joining those players. But, oh, wow. Some really cool games.
Yeah, and the thing is that tomorrow, like with 8 players qualifying to Championship Sunday, there might be some openings in the qualifiers, even if they're full, because qualified players cannot play in the second qualifier. So if you're on the wait list, like, just don't lose your hope, because those qualifiers will have some more open places from the players who made it to Sunday. I'm super glad of being here and starting to understand this new Battlegrounds meta. So it's gonna be pretty fun right now that we know that stats are king, right? It's just we've seen that so many times, like minions going over the hundreds and some cleaves and buffing happening there, some little comps, and especially we still have to discover what undead look like. I haven't
I
seen
know.
it in better than 6 lobbies. What's happening, Dawn?
I don't know.
What are the odds?
I don't
Come
know.
on.
It's saving it for Saturday, I think.
Okay,
Maybe
okay.
that's, it's going to be Undead Saturday.
We-
We can see. We'll see. If,
I get it from a marketing point of view. You don't want to like use all your ammunition on day one. You just want to keep it like a hook for day two. Come back to see Undead's on stream. I think that's kind of like the idea here. I'm sensing something on that side.
That's right.
Well.
Yeah,
that's kind of like how I feel, but I think I wanna thank everyone who is watching the stream, and also the raids we got from Sonyu, and there was an earlier raid that I wanna just call out because those are great for supporting the stream from Yerolo 97. So that's super big for us. I hope you all had a great time. I had already, and part of that was being with you, Don. So. If you want to say anything more, like the floor is yours, as it always has been.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for joining, as Rain said, and Rain, thank you for joining me. I always have a lot of fun casting these with you. I think we both learned a lot about Battlegrounds just getting to watch these players, and getting to watch right after the new season starts, new mechanics, new minions, new heroes. Yeah, it's super exciting. A lot of different things, and yeah, I'm sure even over the next few days that we'll see something develop within these, matches that we're going to get to see. So that's always exciting. And as we've mentioned, we hope that more players are going to continue joining us tomorrow and tuning in to cheer on the top 16 that make it to that championship Sunday. But, a lot of this is also really inspired and growing in part to the sponsors that really help bolster these tournaments, that help provide the prizing, and that help continue that support. So definitely huge shout out to Nissan, Logitech, and to the US Marines for their support for these tournaments and the Supergirl program. It's been amazing to see how this program and these tournaments have grown over the last few years. So we love continuing to see that growth, and we'll hope that, maybe the growth will be as great as the growth of those stats that you were talking about in the lobbies that we've seen. That would be amazing. But otherwise, thank you from myself and Rain. Thank you to our production team and crew behind the scenes running things so that we could just talk about the game. And we will see you all back here tomorrow for day and qualifier number 2.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight, and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.